it's unfair to dig into the time of the next session. I will ask the organizers to give us a block to ask questions, even if it means asking questions for previous presentations, so that we can combine all of them. And I did ask you to write your questions. I hope you have them written. So organizers, please assist and give us a slot at some point so that we can take questions even for prior presentations. I thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can we give the panelists and our moderator another round of applause for the incredible discussion that we had this morning? Thank you very much, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good morning. I hope you're having a bright, energetic morning with us here in the beautiful city, Addis Ababa. And of course, I would like to welcome you to the fourth day of the 20th ILO Regional Conference here in the beautiful city at insightful discussions. And today it can give you the opportunity to reflect on the time that you had yesterday, and then we will continue with today's discussion. So I'll take a moment to take a look if the presenters for the reflection of the visits are here in the room with us. And if you are, we will definitely get to hear your experience visiting the impactful projects that are taking place in Addis Ababa. And I'm sure for those of you who haven't been to Addis in a long time, I'm sure you have experienced a lot of new projects, a lot of new findings and new sites here in Addis Ababa, and I understand that you have visited those sites as well. So if you are here in the room with us, please raise your hand, and I will give you the opportunity to reflect on the site visits. So let me take a look to see if our presenters are here in the room with us. Yes, Miss in the black suit, beautiful lady. Can you give us your name and, of course, reflect on the time that you had yesterday?
Thank you very much. My name is I'm called Vico Pola, Ugandan. We went to two places. That was in Entoto Park, and then we also went to Gullele Boutique Gardens. I was the team lead for Route 1. In what we experienced, our observations were as follows. We arrived at Entoto Park at 10:40, and the team observed the following. We had very interesting road network that led to the park, and we saw a lot of innovation and creativity, especially there were grass-touched houses, and in the hills, and the forest conservation was really very nice. We all enjoyed that. And we also saw hanging play materials on the trees. That was really very creative. We also experienced the fresh air because of the nature that was in that place. At the top of the hill of Entoto, we were introduced to different services we had different games. There was horse riding. There were also forest pubs with a variety of drinks, both soft and hard. There were tent rooms where people would come and have their fun and also have rest. We visited a construction that looked like a museum, and although there was no one to give us explanation of what it was all about, but what we found there was pictorials of what I think should be of traditions of Ethiopia, which we explored around, and in it we saw there was a lot of creativity in terms of art craft that the people developed. While we are still at the Entoto, we experienced also the coexistence of nature with humans. You will see with all the developments, innovations, there was no destruction of nature, which to me and our team was very nice. While we were at Gullele Botanical Gardens, in that site we observed a safe recreational and entertainment center where we saw very attractive designed flowers all over the environment. The place was really recreative and people would go there to relax, and the space showed us the meaning of true conservation. Co-tourism was visibly seen, where people move in and out to see things. You will see biodiversity with various indigenous, natural species, different tree species, and we were also informed that the area is 2,900 degrees above sea level, and it has over 1,500 different tree species. Others are also medicinal, and that really gave us a very nice experience. And of course, the hilly landscape brought out the beauty of the area and in its naturality. Members enjoyed viewing the area. We were able to view Addis Ababa in a glance, and it was very interesting, the valleys. And then we also used the opportunity while there to do connectivity with others. You know, in the hall here we are sitting differently, but we were together and we enjoyed that. We also appreciated the creative but mindful coexistence of humans with nature without destruction of the other. We took pictures. We had the overview of Addis Ababa. Although the fun was a lot, we also learned a lot of lessons, especially in the area of climate change and job creation opportunities, because in those recreative centers, people were employed. In the floral side, people were weeding. I'm sure those are all employees. Those are job opportunities that have been created there. We finalized it with lunch and arrived safely to Gion Hotel as a team, escorted by police. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was very wonderful. You painted quite a picture of what Entoto stands for. It's so beautiful. And for those of you who haven't visited yet, I highly encourage you to visit. Thank you very much, Our Lady from Uganda. Thank you very much. And I'd like to hear from the rest of you as well who were participating in the site visits yesterday. How was your visit and what have you seen? And I'm sure you have many notes So if you'd like to raise your hand, I would love to give you the opportunity and hear from you as well. Sir from Gambia, if I'm not mistaken, please go ahead. Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Basiru So. I'm from Republic of Guinea.
Okay.
I would like you to understand that I will be speaking Franglish. I'm
right.
French-based, but I try my best to speak to express myself in English. Yesterday was an experiencing day for me and for my colleague. We went to Entoto Park and to the Riverside plant. And we learned a lot from all this work that's been designed and done and how it's been implemented. That is a good experience for us to implement in back home in our country. And I would like to congratulate the Urban Infrastructure Ministry in collaboration with the city for the good work, the hard work they are doing to make Addis Ababa more lovely, more welcoming. And I have some concern understanding the mechanism. How does that work in two ways? The first way is on the plane. I saw a lot of youth working hand by hand. Less equipment, but more hands working. That's very interesting. And but I saw a few women in the field. So gender side, I don't know how to increase the participating of women in this all these projects. Also, I would like to understand, I don't know who's going to help me. We're talking about decent work. That means it's not like a salary, but the income those young people that working in those plants, how does that work? Is it daily payment, weekly payment? And how the mechanism of delivering that money, how does that work? Because sometimes the administrative process can be a little bit difficult or, I don't know, late. How can you pay those young people without late delivery of the money? Also, what will be the model of income generating of all those parts, all those fields that being, a management? How does that can be turned into income generating for the city? And the last thing, the last concern, the last question I have is how those financial institutions in place work with the city or with the Department of Urban Development and Infrastructure. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was a wonderful reflection. And of course, such interesting questions as well. And I'm sure you'll find the answers among the colleagues here today from the Ethiopian side. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to hear more if there is another representative from yesterday. If not, we will get right into today's discussion. Transitioning to the first session, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be in the topic of green and inclusive urban development.
Merit, you have someone.
Sorry, go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
For the English speakers, there is interpretation available on channel 1 as he will be speaking in French.
Merci pour la parole. Je suis de l'équipe qui a visité le jardin botanique et la foresterie d'Entoto hier. Je voudrais apporter ou mettre en lumière certains aspects qui m'ont frappé, en plus des aspects que ma collègue a bien définis. En fait, dès la visite d'hier, en tant qu'ingénieur des bâtiments et travaux publics, j'ai été frappé par la capacité des concepteurs et des émetteurs en œuvre du projet à concilier la nature et les exigences de la technologie ou les règles d'art. Je parle entre autres de la conception de la voirie ou de la chaussée qui nous a menés tout au long de notre visite. Le terrain, comme on l'a si bien dit, est montagneux plutôt, mais les concepteurs ont réussi à créer une route qui s'adapte au milieu sans déranger, faire trop de déblais pour suivre, mais rester dans limite dans les normes. C'est-à-dire qu'avec le véhicule qu'on avait, on a pu serpenter la montagne et arriver et revenir. C'est donc pour moi un projet qui entre bien dans le sujet même ou le thème de la conférence, à savoir la partie qui s'intéresse bien sûr à l'aspect de l'environnement sain. C'est-à-dire que le projet, l'aménagement du projet n'a pas pu déranger l'environnement. Au contraire, il s'est adapté dans l'environnement. On pouvait les voir même sur l'utilisation des pierres, qui sont, à mon avis, des matériaux locaux, dans la conception de routes. C'était une bonne partie de la route était une chaussée pavée. C'est la même chose pour les bâtiments, les différents bâtiments qu'on a visités, hormis le musée lui-même qui est en béton. Les différents restaurants et aménagements étaient en matériaux, je peux dire, locaux. Du bois avec de la pierre modélée, ça a été un aspect intéressant pour voir. Et cela faciliterait, je pense que ça a été fait avec de la main-d'œuvre locale, parce que avec le bois et la pierre, on n'a pas besoin d'avoir une main-d'œuvre si spécialisée. Et donc, cela aussi entre dans l'utilisation de la main-d'œuvre à une haute intensité. Et donc, cet aspect-là des choses, nous avions voulu le relever et féliciter, bien sûr, le peuple éthiopien et ses dirigeants. Et pour finir, ce qui nous a frappé, on peut le dire, nous venons de la République démocratique du Congo. Dans les cours, quand on a étudié les échos, la perception qu'on pouvait avoir de l'Éthiopie, c'est un milieu désertique. Mais avec la visite qu'on a eue hier, on a découvert une forêt, un milieu où vous avez de la nature, une forêt loin de même de ce qui existe peut-être ailleurs, et les travailleurs, ceux qui étaient en train de faire, parce que nous avons vu qu'une grande partie c'était du reboisement, c'était des mamans, c'était des femmes, c'était des hommes, et une bonne main-d'œuvre. On pouvait les voir déjà à l'entrée qui étaient en train de planter des fleurs. Donc, ce sont des aspects à encourager et qui montrent qu'on peut faire des choses bien ambitieuses plutôt, mais avec de la main-d'œuvre locale, avec de l'expertise locale et dans le respect de l'environnement. Ce sont ces points-là que je tenais à relever et pour lesquels je tenais à féliciter les concepteurs, le peuple kenyan et les dirigeants qui ont travaillé, le peuple éthiopien et les dirigeants qui ont travaillé ou qui travaillent sur ce projet. Merci.
Merci. Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause, a bigger one, for all of the reflection that we've had? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who wish to bid for hosting the next or the 21st regional conference, please contact Engineer Asfau Kidanu from the Secretariat, and Engineer will assist you. Today is the last day, so make sure you bid for hosting the next regional conference, ladies and gentlemen. So now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to transition right into the first session of the day. And the topic, of course, is green and inclusive urban development. Our moderator for this session is Professor Philip Page Green, a consultant at the Ethiopian Roads Authority Road Research Center through IT Transport in association with CSIR. And allow me to take a few moments to introduce to you our moderator. Professor Phil graduated with a BSc and a master's from the University of Natal and PhD from the University of Pretoria, all in engineering geology. He worked at the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR in short, in Pretoria, South Africa for 37 years, with projects in 27 countries. He has been involved in research and implementation of material aspects related to roads, road construction, transportation, geotechnics, and climate resilience of transportation networks. He retired from the CSIR in 2013 and is now a specialist consultant in geomaterials and roads, and he is an extraordinary professor in the Faculty of Civic Engineering at the Tshwane University of Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome to the stage with a big round of applause, Professor Philip Page Green, the moderator for this session.
Excellencies, dignitaries, colleagues, and delegates, I'd like to welcome you this morning to the session. Unfortunately, despite the interesting discussion we had here, we've lost about 40% of our time. I had quite a detailed timetable worked out, so we'll try and make up time as much as possible. We do have a plenary session at the end before lunch. So hopefully we can make up some of the time that we do lose. As the Master Ceremony said, the MC, the session is green and inclusive urban development, particularly looking at things like jobs, sustainability, and climate resilience. There are 7 speakers today, and I'd like to invite them to come up and join me on the stage here now. We'll go through the introductions, so hopefully they're all in the audience here. Make yourselves at home here, and we'll introduce you as we go through the program. Okay, so I think let's move on. The first speaker today is Engineer Bondimu Seta, the Addis Ababa City General Manager and Deputy Mayor, with over 20 years of leadership in urban governance, infrastructure, and land administration. He previously served as State Minister for Urban and Infrastructure, Director General of Ethiopia's Land and Property Registration Agency, and held senior roles at the Ethiopian Construction Works Corporation and SNPRS Housing Enterprise. With a background in civil engineering and an MBA in project management, he has contributed significantly to Ethiopia's urban development and infrastructure modernization efforts. The title of his talk will be Reflections on Green and Inclusive Urban Development, say Jobs, Sustainability and Climate Solutions. Welcome, Engineer Seta.
Good morning to you all. How are you doing? How is your stay in Addis? I think you have enjoyed your yesterday's visit, what we've been doing so far. I will try to clarify what we have done so far and how we have done it, and what lesson we can share for you will be my main topic, and I will be talking to you. Across Africa, our cities are expanding faster than nearly anywhere else in the world. Cranes are rising, roads stretch outward, and skylines shift by the day. It feels like momentum, like we are building the future in real time. But as the concrete hardens and the buildings rise, a deeper question echoes beneath. A deeper question echoes beneath the surface. But the question is, progress for whom? Is for the high-rise developers or the women selling tea at the street's corner? For the investors or the youth looking for their first job? Too often, the people who powers our cities, those who sweeps the streets, collect our wastes, care for the neighborhoods, are the ones left out of the vision. So today, I want to challenge us all to ask, how do we build cities that truly serve everyone, especially the most vulnerable, while also preparing for the climate crisis? This is already here. What would it look like to shape cities that are not just inclusive, but fundamentally just? Not just green in theory, but resilience in practice. Maybe the answer starts with how we plan. What if we stopped treating social equity, environmental sustainability, and economic development as separate goals, and began designing with all three the core from the very start? What if equity wasn't box to check, but the lens that focused every decision? The world requires a shift, not just policies, but in power. Who decides what gets built, where, and for whom? What happens when development is shaped with communities, not just for them? We've learned that inclusive planning is not only mere ethical, it's more effective. It builds trust. It lasts. It reflects the people it serves. But vision alone doesn't build a city. Ideas need institutions that are transparent, capable, and brave enough to think beyond the next election or the next funding cycle. And maybe, most importantly, what if we believe that some of the most effective innovations already exist, not just in labs or boardrooms, but it's the lived experience of our neighborhoods, in indigenous knowledge, in local tradition, passed down over the generations. These are not just theories. In Addis Ababa, we've been putting them to the best. We started by asking a basic but a powerful question. What holds people back from shaping their own lives and communities? One clever answer was land. Without secure tenure, families are stuck, unable to invest, unable to belong. So we began reforming our land system to provide security for the government, security for the residents, dignity and play. By decentralizing power to local administration, we brought services and accountability closer to the ground. We also reconsidered how our city grows economically. Urban development must be beyond big investors and shiny projects. So we turned our focus to those often ignored: informal workers, youth-led startups, women-run businesses. That's where resilience lives. And we found power in combining the old with the new one. What happens when blend cutting-edge digital tools with ancestral knowledge? Mapping the city, not just with a satellite, but with stories. In Addis, we are doing just that. It's about erasing the past. It's about building on it. Of course, none of this is possible without the right financing. And so we asked, how do we really less on external aid and more on our own capacity? By improving land revenue system, service fees, and local budgeting. We are building a financial base that allows us to invest what matters most with independence and intention. Then the pandemic came in. I just wanted to tell you about, oh, sorry. Sorry. Then came the pandemic, COVID-19 hit, and the question became urgent. How do you respond in a way that not only relieves the crisis, but transforms it to the chance to build back differently? In Addis, we launched a public employment program at a massive scale. People were hired to plant trees, clean rivers, maintain infrastructures, and beautify their neighborhoods. These jobs were not just about income. They were about dignity, about giving people a stake in the environment, a sense of ownership over the city's future. And something remarkable happened. People saw their work reflected in the city life. Hope returned. Not abstract hope, but grounded, visible every day. Let me tell you about the lady Masarat, which you are looking on the screen. Just 2 years ago, she was struggling to feed her children. After losing her small food stall to a road construction, she had no income. Some days, she would skip meals so her children could eat. When the city launched its public work program, Masarat was hired to clean the streets and later joined the riverbank restoration team. At first, it was just about a survival, but something shifted. She began planting flowers, learning to compost, designing green patches with the neighborhood kids. People started calling her Yekatamanat. That means mother of a city. Today, she leads 20 women cooperative maintaining urban corridors. She earns a stable income, sends her children to school, and trains others in eco landscaping. She says, I used to feel invisible. Now I feel like I'm building my city with my own hands. This led to a bigger realization. Can we carry the same spirit in our response to climate change? Can we make the green transition a source of job or equity, of local pride? The answer in our experience is yes. Greening the city has already created tens of thousands of livelihoods, building climate-smart infrastructures, green corridors, efficient housing, tree canopies, has made our city safer and more livable. And again, we ask, do we need to choose between technology and tradition? No, we are finding ways to blend the two, using modern data tools alongside community mapping, local materials, and local cultural knowledge. And we are financing this transition not just through international funds, but through smarter federal local system, transparent budgets, improved revenue collection, and accountable public spending. Because a transition is not a luxury, it's most practical, inclusive, and necessary path forward. But we also have to ask, in our rush to improve, so around the world, we've seen the urban renewal displace entire communities, neighborhoods wiped clean in the name of development. In Addis, we have a different path. Instead of demolishing informal settlers and slum areas, we upgraded them. I don't know why. Oh. Yeah, we are investing in water, electricity, roads without uprooting families. We are creating public green spaces or neglected river banks built by local hands, as you have witnessed yesterday, using local designs. And we are putting safeguards in place to ensure the gentrification doesn't mean eviction, because a greener city is only truly sustainable if it is also fair. This philosophy shapes how we think about infrastructure as a whole. What if every road, bridge, and the drainage system also connected people to opportunity? We've expanded corridor developments that link undeserved areas to business districts, schools, clinics, and jobs. We built community centers that are much about healing and dialogue as they are about services. In times of global crisis, whether pandemic, inflation, or climate, these investments do not just build resilience, they build equity. And now other cities across Ethiopia, Hawassa, Bahar Dar, Harar, Dredawa, Adama, Jimma, Jijiga, and others are taking up their torch. They are learning, adapting, they're expanding these ideas in a way that fits their own context. Because if there is one thing we've learned, this is leadership must listen, inclusion must be designed from the start with the pilot, learn, improve, then scale, and always connect national ambitions with local realities. Urban transformation is not one size fits all model. It's a shared journey. And if we work together, it can be powerful beyond measure. So here is the vision. We believe in a future where no one is visible, where women sweeping the street before dawn are seen, where the young man planting trees knows he is building the future, where the mother selling coffee has a voice in what gets built around. A city that doesn't just grow, but grows with dignity, with purpose, with equity. This is not easy work, but it's possible. And more than that, it's already happening. Let's build cities that reflect best of who we are and the promise of who we can become. Let's build cities that belong to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Wandimo. We will have questions at the end of the next session before lunch, so hopefully you will have made up time to, so you can start preparing your questions now. Keep the speakers busy until lunchtime. Okay, the next speaker, so thank you for catching up a little bit of time there. The next speaker is Dr. Robert Tama Lusingi, is Director of the Technology Innovation, Connectivity and Infrastructure Development Division of ECA in Addis Ababa. He holds a BSc degree in Civil Engineering, an MSc in Transportation Engineering, and a Doctor of Business Administration. With over 20 years of experience, he specializes in infrastructure development and road safety in Africa, contributing to major initiatives like the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA, the NEPAD Presidential Infrastructure Champion Initiative, and flagship projects of the African Union's Agenda 2063, including the Single African Air Transport Market. He also teaches courses on infrastructure development at the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning in Dakar, and has lectured on transport planning in Cameroon. The title of this presentation is Sustainable Infrastructure Development in the Context of Fragility. Welcome, Dr. Tama.
Thank you. I have a PowerPoint presentation. Let's see if it is loaded. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. I was asked to speak on this topic, sustainable infrastructure development in the context of fragility. I will look at infrastructure from a broad perspective, meaning transport, energy, and ICT, and also in terms of sustainability from three perspectives that we do look at sustainability from the UN context, meaning social, economic, and environmental perspective. I would think that the emphasis on fragility there, perhaps refers a little bit more to the environmental climate-related dimension of sustainability. Okay, I'm not sure this is moving. Okay. Okay, I think it's pretty small to see from here, but I think the good place to start this presentation would be to look at the SDGs, because several of the SDGs do speak to sustainability. I can think, for instance, SDG 7, which is about universal access to electricity. I can think about SDG 9, which speaks to sustainable infrastructure, SDG 11, that speaks to, among other things, sustainable and safe mobility in our cities, SDG 12, that speaks to an economy basically that is not wasteful. We're talking about infrastructure, for instance, talking about recycling of construction waste. So this is circular economy, that we don't put anything to waste. So from the UN perspective, I think the best place to start this conversation is to look at the SDGs, particularly those that I just mentioned. In this slide, I'm coming from the Economic Commission for Africa. I wanted to look at some of the socioeconomic trends that we see on our continent. But since we're talking about sustainability, the two charts that you see there just shows you the increased frequency and intensity of adverse weather conditions that we see globally, but also on our continent. So the first chart on your left just shows you the frequency of drought, floods, epidemic, and storms, but you also see the number of people that are affected as well. But from an economic and social perspective, we see at the ECA that by 2050, Africa's population would be around 2.4 billion people. That's a huge population. Africa is focused urbanizing, it's the fastest urbanizing continent in the world. By 2030, urban population will increase by an additional 350 million people, according to the African Development Bank statistics. We also know that growth in Africa's economy is projected to reach 3.9% in 2025. I think there's a typo there. And 4.1% in 2026. Another development which we cannot ignore is the African Continental Free Trade Area. We've done work at ECA to look at the impact of the African Continental Free Trade Area for demand for transport infrastructure and services. And we see that we need additional 60 kilometers also roads, cross-border roads that have to be upgraded to accommodate the anticipated increase in trade flow from the continental free trade area. Now, going to the gaps in infrastructure on the continent, and I'm looking at things from a continental level, being at the Economic Commission for Africa, we generally focus at the regional dimension of things. But of course, we also zero in from time to time at the national level. So going back to the transport gaps that we see, Africa's total paved road network is about 680,000 kilometers. This is 6 times smaller than that of India. On average, only 27% of roads in Africa are paved, in contrast to 60% in India and 66% in the US. And we also see that despite occupying 20% of the world's land mass, Africa's paved road network accounts to just 1.5% of global total. It shows you the scale of our problem. Now, looking at the network size, Africa's road network is about 2.8 million kilometers, while that of the US, just to put it in context, it's about 6.5 million kilometers, more than twice that of Africa. If you go to railway again, for Africa it's about 80,000 kilometers, while that for the US is 150 kilometers or thereabout, again about 2 times more than that of Africa. And if we go to the program for infrastructure development in Africa, just to show you the slow pace of implementing our projects, there were 409 projects in PIDA in 2012 or so when we started. Only 67 of them are operational now, and 65 are under construction, which shows that the bulk of the projects that were adopted by our heads of states are still not completed, and many of them are still at the early stage of the project development cycle. If I move quickly to energy, this slide just compares the global situation and what we are facing in Africa. And very quickly, we see that there are about 685 million people without access to electricity. That was in 2022. The situation in Africa is 571 million people without access to electricity. I mean, the point here is that almost everybody without access to electricity in the world is based on our continent. So if you look at the situation of 685 globally, million and 571 million in Africa, it really tells you a serious story. Again, 31 million people yearly gain access to electricity. That is a sign or a step in the good direction. But if you factor in that there's also population growth, we need to do really more to catch up with access to electricity. Now, if I go to digitalization very quickly, you will see that digitalization provides opportunities for the continent. Africa's internet traffic has seen a remarkable growth, as you can see from the chart, but there's a problem. Consumption remains far below the rest of the world. Again, you can see in the chart, and just to mention that we do need data centers to catch up with digitalization on the continent. But we have a challenge here with only 2% of the co-location data centers globally located on our continent. And just to say that there's a huge digitalization gap on our continent, Africa, as you will see in the slides that I'm showing you now. There's low internet penetration. Only approximately 38% of African population had access to internet in 2024. The statistics for the rest of the world is about 68%. So here again, we are lagging behind. There's a connectivity divide. 5G penetration in Africa was only about 11% in 2024 compared to 71% in China. Also, there's urban-rural divide with more access in urban areas than rural areas. There's also a gender divide with women facing a particular problem there. I think just to say that digitalization offers opportunities for the youthful African population. We are saying that about 230 million jobs across Africa by 2030 would need digital and entrepreneurial skills. This shows you the amount of work that we need to do on our continent. Now, I just want to speak a little bit about the investment gaps. I've tried to quantify the gaps in transport, energy, and ICT, but what does this mean in financial terms? How much investment do we require to close this gap? The African Development Bank has been very active in this area. I think the bank estimates that we need about 130 to 170 billion US dollars every year to close infrastructure development gap. And if you look at the chart at the bottom of my slide, the bulk of this requirement is in the transport sector, where a lot would have to be done. Of course, there's also investment gaps in energy and ICT as well. I'm going very quickly towards the end of my presentation. I just wanted to showcase some of the things that the Economic Commission for Africa is doing in the sustainable infrastructure space. I think one of the things that we have been doing with regional corridors is to use artificial intelligence and satellite imagery to monitor regional transport corridors, especially in remote areas. And this is a web-based platform which we intend to roll out to the entire continent. Right now, we are doing this in three corridors. So basically, if you use this tool, you could go to any section of the corridor, remotely sit in your office and see whether the road is paved or unpaved. With the AI application, you could know the width of the road, how many lanes it has, and I think this is an important tool for asset management. In the area of electricity, we know that one of the challenges in having universal access to electricity is funding. And to attract funds, we need to move beyond government and tap into the private sector. So we have been doing gap assessment in regulatory environment in the electricity sector in many African countries, and we've come up with recommendations to attract private sector investment. We have also been using GIS to identify locations for renewable energy development, and we've done that in Madagascar. In terms of ICT, one of the challenges for ICT penetration is the high taxes that we have in African countries. So people are taxed for the handset, mobile phones. They are also taxed for the airtime that they purchase. We have developed a tool that could show the benefits of reducing taxes in ICT. And so basically, you could know the amount of jobs that you can create, the contribution to the GDP that you would realize if you reduce taxes in ICT. And I'm moving very quickly towards the end. I did mention the huge financing gap, and we're working with countries, 5 countries for now, to strengthen the public-private partnership units. We've worked with these countries to identify the gaps in public-private partnerships, gaps related to laws, investment laws, gaps related to developing pipelines of projects, and we have been working with these countries to showcase their projects. Just last week, me and my colleagues were in Belgrade, where we went with a number of African countries to showcase their project. This is my last slide, and it shows some of the opportunities that we have to develop sustainable infrastructure at the global level. Now, one is the nationally determined contribution in the context of the Paris Agreement for Climate Change. Most of the projects, or a lot of the projects in these nationally determined contributions are either in transport or in green energy. And so this is an opportunity to use green funds to implement resilient infrastructure in our continent. PIDA, PAP2, I did mention that. One of the criteria for selecting projects for PIDA was climate friendliness, how much CO2 a project would contribute in its life cycle, so during construction and operation. And those projects that would emit a lower level of CO2 were prioritized. And so planning of infrastructure development at the continental level takes into consideration sustainability dimension. And finally, we are at the AUC, and I do know that the AUC is developing the continental climate resilient infrastructure strategy. I think this is going to be a very good thing going forward in the context of our discussion today. With that, Chair, I will stop there, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Lusinga. Again, stuck nicely to your time. It's fascinating to see how quickly AI is becoming involved in the infrastructure development area. It's popping up all over the place, and it hasn't been around that long. Okay, the next speaker is Michael Liu Song. Michael has worked in the field of infrastructure development, employment creation, environmental restoration, and public works programs for more than 20 years. Since 2015, he's worked in the technical specialist employment intensive investment program of the ILO. He's a Suriname national, holds a BSc degree from Cornell University in the USA, an MSc degree from IHE Delft and Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands, both in civil and environmental engineering. Mike will be talking about decent work in nature-based solutions, the 2024 report, some of the findings and implications for Africa that came out of that report. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and good morning, everybody. Thank you for all who made it here. As indicated, I will talk today about nature-based solutions, specifically about a global report, and also about how that implications and some of the learnings and the relevance for Africa. Okay, so maybe to start, so that I mentioned this is a global report that the ILO, together with the UNEP, United Nations Environmental Program, and IUCN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, does every 2 years. It looks at, it's called Decent Work in Nature-Based Solutions, and I think it's really building on how do we, when we use nature-based solutions, and I'll come to what they are, how do we ensure that they also create decent work or support the creation of decent work in the process? That's really the premise of the report. Now, what are nature-based solutions? And it's very easy for me to speak after the deputy mayor from Addis Ababa, because this is, as you know, for those who were in the site visit yesterday, there's a picture of the Kachana River that's being restored in Addis Ababa. And actually, this is, if you want to know what nature-based solutions are, this is actually a prime example, because it's a solution for what? It's using nature, the river, the park upstream of the river banks, to improve the city. So it's a solution for the city. That's why we call it nature-based solutions, but it's based in nature. It involves using nature through restoring the river, ensuring the river provides water that's clean, that nature provides pleasant spaces, public spaces for people to gather, to have meetings, to feel safe, to feel present. It's using nature to ensure that there's no water, less soil erosion that comes into the water, that the water is clean and it can be used for the city. So that's really the essence of nature-based solutions. So in some ways it's nothing new, but it is something that has increasingly be used, and increasingly we're looking at it also more scientifically. How do we then use nature in a manner that really supports the vision of a city like Addis Ababa to achieve and improve the city? So I already spoke a little bit what they are. I mean, globally, this is taking a lot of, gaining a lot of popularity, including in Africa. So, and again, this is Addis Ababa as a prime example. And the reason we do this report is really to look at 3 elements. One is that we want to fully harness the job creation potential of using NBS. You know, there's a lot, and we found that there's significant job creation potential in it. So how do we make sure that we actually achieve this potential? We want to be sure that the cost and benefits of NBS are fairly shared, so that everybody benefits. It's also an equitable side, that communities who are living with nature or close to nature are also benefiting in the process. And of course, that we improve the jobs. We at ILO, we use the lingo decent work deficits, but the idea is that, you know, you also improve the jobs involved in the use of nature-based solutions, and you improve them incrementally. And again, the deputy mayor gave a very nice example of the lady who is involved in Addis Ababa in the work on this. So one element of the report has 5 chapters. It's easily accessible online. It looks at 3 parts. One is, what is the current and future employment in NBS globally, and also including in Africa? And here we have found, basically, summary quickly, the findings that we estimated that globally between 60 and 63 million people are already having jobs related to NBS. And in Africa, we found that it's about 1.9 million people. quite a large share of youth, a lot of them through agriculture or agricultural and forest-related activities, which is obviously not surprising. But there is a fair world of skilled work involved as well, and I'll come back to that. And we estimated that by 2030, we could create another 20 to 30 million jobs related to NBS, of which about 4.8 to 6.5 could be in Africa. This is if we continue to increase the use of these approaches, if we see more cities like Addis Ababa following suit in this area. Second part of the next part of the chapter is that actually that we also looking at how this approach, nature-based solutions, can be integrated with more conventional infrastructure development using the term nature-based infrastructure, but that you combine these two where possible. This is not always possible, but there are clear areas, and I list a few where there is a lot of potential to do this. It enhances the quality of the infrastructure, it enhances the sustainability of the infrastructure, it minimizes the impact, and it can often create a lot of additional benefits. And again, many of these we've seen in the Riverside Park, that you could do different approaches, but by using more nature, using parks, using public spaces, you actually enhance the quality of the overall system. So we looked also how this integration would impact on employment, and we see that it has important impacts on the planning and design, because when you start planning and designing like this, you need to bring different skills together. It's not only traditionally engineers, you also need to involve hydrologists, ecologists, people who understand ecosystems, and also in the construction, in the implementation, in the operation and maintenance, and eventually, if necessary, in the decommissioning. All of these dimensions shift somewhat, and the type of employment and the type of you create by that also shifts. We also noted that there's a lot of potential to use employment-intensive methods, and again, we saw a lot of that, a lot of the terracing done in the river here that you saw yesterday. For those who were in field trip 2, that's classic labor-intensive works. It's being done on a massive scale and creating large number of jobs. I think at the site visits, we informed that the river corridor project alone is employing about 13,000 people across the city. So what are some of the areas where there are opportunities for employment-intensive methods? I am not moving. Okay, yes, so here, okay. So we've identified a few. Stormwater management, especially when in cities, is critical, so that the rain is heavy, that the water is channeled to the right places, that it's stored in the right manner, so it doesn't flood houses, it doesn't destroy property. The typical way we used to do that, or we do that, in culverts, dikes, levees, but there's a lot of new thinking around that. Green roofs, bioretention areas where water is slowed down and sinks into the soil, vegetated swales, the use of wetlands. In a lot of cities, we have closed the wetlands to make place for housing, but these wetlands are actually natural water reservoirs, and if we're restoring those, you can use them to help control flooding. Water provision and water quality mitigation, and again, this was seen yesterday as well, where you can use nature to clean the water as well. So you don't have to only use water treatment plants, but actually nature itself, through many processes, cleans water. Coastal protection is another one where usually we use seawalls, dikes, increasingly realizing nature has done a lot of this itself, using mangroves, dunes, both coral reefs and oyster reefs, seagrass beds, etc. Cooling cities, thermal regulation. Again, a lot of buildings can be cooled down with roofs. Again, most of us coming from warm countries know also that trees actually cool space. If it's hot, you go sit under a tree and you know it's a lot cooler. And actually we see this being done in many, many cities, that people are planting trees, not because they're nice, and they are, not because they're beautiful and enhance the city, but actually they help to cool down the city as well. And with climate change, this is becoming increasingly interesting for many cities. So many, many uses. I'm not going to go run through all of this because I'd like to take our time. The next slide is then the next, and it corresponds to the final chapter of the report, So we try to understand, okay, if we want to do this, and if we want to do this at a larger scale, what are the skills that are required to do NBS properly, to the standard required, and after we understand that, we can then start looking at do we have those skills available? How do we invest in skilling people to be able to do this? So we did a survey of NBS practitioners across the world to understand what skills is required in their projects, and also what kind of skills problems possibly they're facing. So a few findings there that I think it's what's critical is this combination of what we call technical skills on the one hand, which is, understanding the ecosystem you're working in, understanding how water flows within your area. There's the actual technical expertise of implementing the NBS. I have a slightly shorter interruption. To also generate the benefits required. And this, for example, in forestry, there's this balance between sustainably using the forest to serve the functions, but also use the forest to provide us with, all the outputs we would like, including lumber, if applicable, firewood, etc. But as important was found is that you also need a set of core skills, what we often call or used to refer to as soft skills. And a particular one that stands out is this notion around collaboration and interdisciplinary work. That when you do NBS, you have to bring different people who often think about the world differently together. People coming from ecological side have a particular perspective how things should work. Engineers have another one, and its ability to collaborate and come up with the best possible solution across different disciplines is something that often is not taught, and I think this is an important skill that needs to be developed to make NBS, be able to scale it up. So these were some of the core key skill areas that were identified. So here we have three of the most important professions that were found from the survey. One is around conservation workers, so people who work to make sure the ecosystem stays. And again, the report has a lot more detail about what are the technical and core skills they require. Project managers, what are the technical and core skills they require, and environmental specialists, what it is that they want. But as I mentioned already, a lot of these areas are around collaboration, also working with local communities who live in nature or depend on nature, and how do we make sure they buy into the process and are part of the process as well. Now, the skills gap, we also asked in the survey whether people had skills gaps in the implementation of the project. Did they struggle to scale up or deliver to the standard or on time based on skills? And yes, many projects responded that about 66% of the project managers actually responded that skills were often a constraint. That there was often not insufficient technical expertise, for instance, people understanding the specific ecosystem or the hydrology of the area. Funding, people understanding why this and being able to articulate it into motivating for funds. Problem-solving skills about practically when you have two different problems coming together on site, how do people come together to solve that? And then the point I mentioned as well, that many found that it was very difficult for people to get teams to work across disciplines and make it work. So maybe a few conclusions, recommendations then, and then I'll close on. So we have about 1.9 million people working in NBS-related areas already. This is a global estimate, I'm sure, and we are aware it can be improved. We think it's probably an underestimate, but we try to be somewhat conservative. We thought there could be, by 2030, an additional 4 to 6.5 million jobs in this area. This, of course, required increased investment, but we see that investment is increases, not at the rate it should, but it is. We see that there's wider use of potential, wider use of labor-intensive methods in many of the activities. That skills remain a constraint, and so that we need to look into that. And that also that as NBS increases, actually, this interest, we found that the skills levels will increase. So you people who have seen now, you've seen a lot of, let's call it low-skilled work involved as well, building, planting trees, etc. But when these projects get to the scale, and I think Ethiopia is others is an interesting example, when you get to the scale where you need to integrate it with the city, you need to look at the whole watershed, starting from Entoto all the way to when the Katani River leaves Addis. Bringing that all together requires a lot of skills, GIS, planning, etc., research about different areas the river flows through, etc. So we see that the skill level also will increase, and of course, with that, increased technology will be used as well. So finally, maybe some of the key recommendations that we have coming out. So that yes, the NBS can be a key strategy in Africa, especially around adapting to climate change, for which it's core, and that Africa has, in that sense, a comparative advantage. And we saw that here again, that what you need for NBS is nature and people. It doesn't require a lot of capital. It requires funding, but you don't need to import a lot of complicated machinery, etc., to do NBS. It's a very much local-driven. It's local knowledge, it's local people, it's local resources, local nature, and so it's not it's something that's much easier to implement than many other areas where you need foreign currency to import a lot of things. That we need to better integrate NBS in other sectors, and not only think of it as an environmental thing, but it's something to improve cities, it's something to improve agriculture, it's something to we like to see NBS integrated in those strategies as well. And that's, of course, why we're here. Better coordination along government and ministries around this, because often nature sits with environment, infrastructure sits with infrastructure. These two need to come together, and better coordination could play a better role. Increase engagement of the private sector at all levels, very small cooperatives like done here, but also large companies to think about and design projects at the scale that integrate these areas. And then finally, from the skills work, that there is also, we recognize the need to invest in skills development, that we create training programs that meet the needs. Building, of course, on many skills. Project management, of course, is a skill that's required all across, but that project management of these types of projects is something that we invest in as well. And then finally, that we also invest in youth. And then maybe close off that, given the youth dividend, there's another survey that was done recently by ILO, is that there's a large share of youth who actually would like to build a career in green spaces, in working with nature, in addressing climate change, in doing climate change adaptation. And this work can offer pathways for these youth, career pathways for them to work in this area that they are so interested in. Because of course, the future of the earth belongs to them, so it's more than natural that they would like to better shift to a better way of living with nature. So that's it for me. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll pass back to the chair.
Thanks a lot, Michael. We'll move on to the next speaker. That's Gullele, civil engineer, currently holds the position of EIIP National Coordinator for the ILO project in Tunisia since 2018. Over the years, he's gained several experiences in the identification, design, and implementation of sustainable infrastructure projects in Tunisia, in areas characterized by vocations such as forestry, urban, agricultural, arid, and oasis, in collaboration with government projects, NGO, private sector, and international organizations such as the World Bank, UNICEF, FAO, etc. His work focused on supporting local authorities, mobilizing resources, coordinating with partners, and supervising the works. He has also contributed to strengthening local capacities and promoting the EIP approach and integrating environmental dimensions into projects. His involvement also extends to technical assistance to new municipalities in crisis management, such as the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change. I'll let Carmel introduce the title of his presentation, and then it will be in French, so those of you who don't understand French, Channel 1, plug in your earphones and enjoy the presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour toutes et à tous. Merci de m'avoir donné cette occasion donc, pour partager avec vous l'expérience du programme Initiative pilote pour un développement local intégré de l'Organisation internationale du travail en Tunisie dans le développement des infrastructures urbaines. Je me présente, moi je suis Kamel Gullele, je suis coordinateur national, ingénieur IMO du programme Epidémie. Avant d'entrer dans les détails de cette expérience, il est essentiel de rappeler que les infrastructures urbaines représentent aujourd'hui un pilier fondamental du développement durable. En effet, ces infrastructures sont essentielles pour structurer l'expansion des villes, notamment dans un pays comme la Tunisie, où le taux d'urbanisation atteint 70%, environ 9 millions d'habitants. Ces infrastructures également soutiennent la croissance démographique, mais aussi l'inclusion sociale, la mobilité, la résilience climatique et la compétitivité économique. Sur le plan macroéconomique, les investissements dans les infrastructures ont présenté en moyenne 6,5% de PIB entre 1985 et 2015. Également, ces investissements ont permis de faire une réduction significative de la taux de pauvreté qui est passé de 25% à 15% entre 2000 et 2015. Cependant, malgré leur rôle central dans le développement social et économique, les infrastructures urbaines en Tunisie font face à de nombreux défis, tels que la pression démographique qui fait la pression sur les ressources naturelles et les services, les disparités régionales, l'étalement urbain non maîtrisé, les effets de changement climatique, la gouvernance centralisée, ou encore les conflits et les défis liés à la disponibilité foncière, ce qui complique la planification et la mise en œuvre durable des infrastructures. Dans ce contexte, le programme Initiative pour un développement local intégré, c'est un programme qui est mis en œuvre par l'Organisation internationale du travail en Tunisie en collaboration avec l'instance générale de la prospection et de l'appui au processus de décentralisation, avec un financement de l'Union européenne et la coopération suisse. L'objectif de ce projet, c'est promouvoir un développement local intégré, améliorer les conditions de vie de la population à travers la réalisation des infrastructures résilientes et la création d'une dynamique économique locale génératrice d'emplois décents. Le programme Epidémie, à travers ses 10 ans d'expérience, a permis d'améliorer la vie de 400 000 habitants à travers la réalisation de 90 interventions et la génération de plus de 200 000 journées de travail. L'approche du programme Epidémie repose sur plusieurs principes fondamentaux. Tout d'abord, l'approche IMO qui vise à créer de l'emploi local, valoriser les ressources disponibles, favoriser l'apprentissage par l'action à travers des chantiers écoles démonstratifs. Ensuite, l'ancrage territorial qui s'appuie sur des diagnostics participatifs et l'implication des acteurs locaux dans toutes les étapes du projet. L'approche intègre également une forte dimension de résilience sociale et écologique à travers la prise en compte des risques climatiques, l'inclusion et la durabilité. Le renforcement de la gouvernance locale constitue un autre axe majeur, notamment par l'appui aux communes dans leur rôle de maîtrise d'ouvrage communal. Enfin, l'innovation et la recherche sont au cœur de ce dispositif avec une volonté d'adopter les solutions au contexte locaux. La planification participative est un pilier essentiel de l'approche du programme Epidémie. Elle commence par l'élaboration des plans de développement local Ce sont des plans qui sont préparés et réalisés avec les citoyens, les acteurs et les autorités locales. Cette démarche permet les priorités réelles des populations en tenant compte des spécificités économiques, sociales et environnementales de chaque territoire. L'objectif est aussi de garantir la cohérence entre les plans de développement locaux et les instruments de planification existants comme les plans d'aménagement urbain, les programmes régionaux de développement. Également, ce processus repose sur la production et l'exploitation des données, telles que la réalisation des enquêtes socio-économiques, les enquêtes de profilage au profit des entreprises locales et des consommateurs, également la cartographie à travers des systèmes informatisés géographiques, des ressources naturelles et des substances utiles qui vont être utilisées pour des projets ou bien pour des travaux pour optimiser les coûts. Cette base de données permet de mieux comprendre les dynamiques locales et d'orienter les projets sur des bases solides. L'accès sécurisé au foncier est une condition préalable à toute opération d'aménagement. Depuis 2010, en Tunisie, plus de 4000 projets publics sont bloqués ou retardés à cause de l'indisponibilité de foncier ou de litiges juridiques, représentant un coût estimé à 5 milliards de dollars. Une attention alors particulière a été accordée à la maîtrise et la régularisation foncière. Le programme EPDLI a agi en appui à l'identification et la mobilisation du foncier disponible, la régularisation foncière et la sécurisation des terrains, la concertation et la résolution des conflits avec les parties prenantes. Mesdames et messieurs, le montage technique des projets d'infrastructure constitue une phase déterminante qui, au-delà de la simple traduction des ambitions en plan et en solutions techniques, nécessite une démarche méthodique afin de trouver un juste équilibre entre faisabilité technique, rentabilité financière, maîtrise des coûts et impact socio-économique. Pour le programme EPDLI, le montage technique n'est pas une fin en soi, mais un outil au service d'un développement local intégré. Il repose sur une compréhension d'impact socio-économique. Cela implique une attention particulière à l'optimisation des coûts, à l'intégration des principes de résilience, l'innovation adaptée aux contextes locaux et une application de l'approche IMO lorsque celle-ci est techniquement faisable et économiquement rentable. Le programme EPDLI a développé de nouveaux mécanismes de financement et d'investissement pour des projets d'infrastructures durables et intégrés. Cette démarche repose essentiellement sur le renforcement des mécanismes de financement à travers l'amélioration de la gestion communale sur le plan financier, à travers l'amélioration de la recette financière, l'amélioration de la recette fiscale, et sur le plan technique par l'élaboration des cahiers de charges ou bien international, et la promotion des partenariats multi-acteurs avec le secteur public, des partenariats intercommunaux, ou bien des partenariats avec le secteur PPP, avec le privé, ou bien avec la société civile et la communauté. Également, il y a la mobilisation des ressources disponibles, soit qu'elles soient matérielles, ou bien humaines, l'expertise auprès des services déconcentrés, ou bien le recours aux PME, des entreprises locales et de la main-d'œuvre locale. Également, c'est une coordination des actions afin d'aligner les investissements avec les priorités des plans de développement locaux et de faire une complémentarité avec les programmes sectoriels. Pour assurer la pérennité et la durabilité, chaque projet est associé à un modèle de gestion adapté, concerté avec des acteurs locaux. Ce modèle tient en compte du cadre institutionnel et juridique national, des capacités et compétences des communes et des réalités technico- et socio-économiques locales. Un système de suivi participatif a été également mis en place qui associe les communes, les bénéficiaires et les acteurs de mise en œuvre. Des indicateurs qualitatifs et quantitatifs ont permis d'évaluer l'impact social, économique et environnemental des projets. Les bonnes pratiques et les leçons tirées ont été systématiquement capitalisées afin d'alimenter les politiques publiques et de partager les expériences réussies. Pour illustrer ce passage de la planification à l'action et la concrétisation de l'approche adoptée par le programme IPDLI, je veux commencer par vous présenter la première étude de cas. C'est le projet du palais municipal de la commune de Tataouine Sud. Tataouine Sud, alors, c'est une nouvelle commune qui a été créée en 2017 et qui compte environ 9000 habitants, située dans la région sud de la Tunisie. Ces régions-là sont confrontées à des défis climatiques extrêmes tels que la chaleur massive, la sécheresse, la tempête de sable et la pénurie d'eau. Cette nouvelle commune de Tataouine Sud manque d'infrastructures administratives pour offrir des services de base à ses citoyens. Le projet visait donc à construire un bâtiment public fonctionnel, durable et intégré dans son environnement. Ce bâtiment administratif adopte une approche éco-friendly, bénéfique pour l'environnement et l'humanité. 3 axes ont guidé la conception de ce projet. Le premier axe, c'est l'axe de la fonctionnalité. Des espaces sont pensés pour répondre aux besoins des services municipaux avec un aménagement fluide et accessible à tous. Le deuxième axe, c'est l'axe de l'architecture bioclimatique et écologique à travers la conception d'un ouvrage adapté aux conditions locales, telles que l'orientation optimisée, la ventilation naturelle, l'isolation thermique, qui a permis de réduire l'impact environnemental du bâtiment, le recours à l'utilisation d'énergie renouvelable pour les questions de l'éclairage, et en matière de gestion des ressources en eau, des réservoirs pour la collecte des eaux pluviales, ainsi qu'une autre innovation que sera mettre en place, c'est l'installation d'une mini-station de traitement tertiaire pour les questions d'irrigation des espaces verts. Le dernier axe, c'est l'axe de l'esthétique et de l'intégration locale, un design qui respecte l'identité architecturale régionale et favorise l'appropriation par la population locale. Le deuxième étude de cas, second one, étude de cas. D'accord, merci, thank you. Le deuxième étude de cas, c'est le projet d'installation des filtres dans les regards d'évacuation des eaux pluviales. En Tunisie, les zones urbaines sont de plus en plus exposées aux inondations en raison au colmatage des réseaux d'évacuation des eaux pluviales, des fortes précipitations dues au changement climatique et d'une urbanisation rapide et mal maîtrisée. Pour répondre à ces défis, une solution simple et innovante a été testée et appliquée par l'installation des filtres dans des regards d'évacuation. Ce sont des filtres qui ont été développés par une start-up tunisienne, Zero Filtre. Ces filtres sont conçus pour retenir les déchets solides tels que les plastiques, les feuilles et les sables, permettant de limiter les obstructions et de maintenir les réseaux de drainage fonctionnels, même en période de fortes précipitations. Cette intervention, avec un faible coût d'environ 50 000 $ a eu des résultats très concrets par l'installation de 350 filtres dans ces rues-là. Environ 100 km de canalisation ont été protégés, environ 40% des coûts d'entretien a été réduit, environ 5 tonnes de déchets solides retenus et surtout une réduction significative des risques d'inondation. Le dernier étude de cas, c'est le projet d'aménagement de stations urbaines terrestres à Testour. Dans la ville de Testour, du gouvernorat de Belge, l'une des problématiques majeures rencontrées quotidiennement par les habitants était la congestion routière sur la route nationale. Cette route-là, elle relie le capital de Tunis au gouvernorat de l'intérieur. Cette congestion est due à l'absence d'infrastructures adéquates dédiées à la gestion du stationnement et de la circulation des véhicules de transport privé, qu'on s'appelle l'ILOage, et qui assure la mobilité d'environ 30 000 habitants. Sans espace dédié, ces véhicules stationnent de manière anarchique, ce qui entraîne non seulement des embouteillages importants, mais aussi des problèmes de sécurité, tels que le vol, les agressions et des retards quotidiens pour les passagers ainsi les conducteurs. En réponse à ces problématiques, le programme IPDLI a appuyé la commune de Testour par l'aménagement d'une station de transport urbaine qui permette de répondre aux besoins des citoyens de Testour et aux usagers de cette station en leur offrant un espace moderne, fonctionnel et sécurisé. Ce projet a également contribué à l'amélioration de l'infrastructure de transport dans cette région-là, en favorisant la fluidification de la circulation et la réduction des embouteillages. Peut-être pour plus d'informations sur le programme IPDLI, vous pouvez donc, en cliquant sur ce lien qui affiche sur cet écran, pour avoir plus de détails et d'informations sur ces projets-là. Et merci pour votre attention.
Merci, Kamal. Shukran. Okay, we actually making quite good time. The last speaker is just moving what would have been the break time. We'll have the speaker, and then we'll have break after and just move everything forward by 15 minutes or so. Okay, the last speaker in this session is Christoph Ernst, Senior Economist, the leader of the Structural Transformation and Transitions team in the Employment Department of ILO based in Geneva. With previous assignments with ILO at headquarters in different areas, employment analysis, social protection, working conditions, various areas. He also has field experience with ILO, but also with other UN agencies, UNDP, UNIDO, UNHCR, UNCTAD, mostly in Latin America, Brazil, Chile, and Argentina, but also in Asia and Pacific, Papua New Guinea. He holds a PhD in economics from the University of Paris, one Pantheon Sorbonne, as well as an MA from the same university in international finances and development economics. Thank you, Christoph.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Do we have my PowerPoint presentation? That's not me. That's the previous one. Just to explain, we had a side event at 8:30, 9:30, where I already talked about the issue. Now it's a more longer version on that. Now you have also the advantage to ask questions, because we didn't have time in the first session on the issues on technology. So we will also have now the opportunity to discuss both about these issues. So I will talk about organic waste to agri-food value, to look specifically at appropriate technologies for circular economy and job creation. So we still do not have the presentation there, but sometimes it's also difficult to read the presentation. It's more important to listen to me than to look at the presentation. Let me put a little bit the issue in the context of Africa. We have a significant level of extreme working poverty here. The youth population is rising fast. We have high informality in the agri-food jobs, and urbanization is rising very high. What is the problem? We have 50 to 80% of organic waste, which is mostly landfilled or incinerated. The methods are inefficient, creating a lot of pollution and creating very few jobs. Agriculture generates large volumes of waste which has not been used. This is also not my presentation. And the informal waste workers lack protection and recognition, so the working conditions are very poor. But there are also opportunities. The opportunities is There's a vast area of opportunities to compost, to create biochar, biogas, insect-based agribusinesses which are scalable and which are labor-rich solutions. And there's also opportunity to valorize valorization that can be linked to waste, to income and jobs, to improve the soil, and also to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And with the right policies and the right training, this is an opportunity not just to create decent jobs, but also reach an inclusive and green recovery. And now finally we have my presentation. Let's talk a little bit about what we understand about technology and why shall we look for a proprietary technology, what does it mean? So our idea is also to create a development of the social capability, which is an important engine for productivity growth, decent work, and also structural transformation. How do we get to the development of specific social capabilities? And there we enter in the question of technology and the right technology choices, which enhances this experience. Experience in Asia also showed that the value of employment-driven growth, and which also leads to fast technological learning. So we can also learn something from Asia. And if we just transfer high-tech solutions from industrial nations, that will mostly fail because the local capacities and contexts are ignored. I think we all know this. Technology is more than just a tool. It includes skills, it includes processes, and it includes outputs. So we are looking for technology which should be accessible, labor intensive, energy efficient, and not impose a one-size-fits-all model. And it should be effective in the way that it should also create inclusive decision-making. Contexts, they are probably also in the formal economy. Regarding agriculture, reusing organic waste, for example, through composting is common, but needs support for regenerative, climate-smart solutions tailored to local practices. So there's also a lot of efficiency gains we could get out of this. I think it's also not the right presentation. It's the presentation from this morning. And, so it was different. So maybe you can find the right presentation for this session, because this is also not the right presentation. But as I said, sometimes it's difficult to see well what is on the PowerPoint. It's most interesting maybe the picture, because now we go to the concrete situations. You know, we have a lot of labor practitioners here, so it's important also to see concretely what does it mean and not just having the theory behind it. Exactly. The oyster mushroom production out of low-cost agricultural waste they have there, which is mostly straw, cotton, and hulls. And the mushrooms, they are high in protein, fibers, and vitamins, and it's an ideal meat alternative. Yeah, and because meat is also expensive. It thrives in mild climates, low tech, low land, low capital, so it's easily applicable in various situations. It is suited especially also for women, youth, and farmers with limited education. It's not too complex. So in this concrete project, they managed to convert farm waste into 4 to 6 tons of mushrooms per month. They created 8 full-time jobs, and they have an ongoing youth training hub on this. Very important also, we trained the people on the skills. So skills on the production side, on incubation of these mushrooms, sterilization is very important element in this regard, and also in business development. And there are also plans to diversify this, to go into button mushrooms, other types of mushrooms, to export it, and also create a training center for the scalability to have it at a bigger dimension. So, coming to my next example, I think this is an example which is, I don't know, can you go to, yeah, maybe I should go if it works. Yes. Now it's an example from Tunisia. We had our Tunisian team here. We have some examples there. They're very innovative. And this is referring also to the composting for clean cities, healthy soils, and clean jobs in Sfax. This is northern part of Tunisia. So one important element is the composting of organic waste to turn it into nutrient-rich soil, reducing landfill use. You also do have less landfill sites, improving food production. It helps restore the soil fertility, and it cuts down on methane emissions and supports circular urban waste systems. So it's also environmentally a better solution. There are two types of composting systems. There's the on-farm composting system, which uses local waste, which then saves money and generates more income. And there's also large-scale sites, which is run then by cooperatives or businesses with a higher profit potential. The focus of this project is on the treatment of organic municipal waste from homes and businesses to reduce the landfilling, to create compost made from garden waste and crop residues and kitchen scraps, which will revitalize traded land. So they have the concept of the ecological village, which involves municipalities, civil societies, and local enterprises, and their environmental groups engage with communities in waste sorting, and there are specific incentives and training for households and businesses. It has a high job creation potential. It will create about 210 permanent jobs, including collection, sorting, composting, and recycling. And it also has a strong female focus. It creates 69 positions for women. And it also focuses on the integration of informal waste pickers. So also to help people on the bottom to reach the formal market. Workers receive in this project hands-on training in composting, waste handling, and quality control. There's also an entrepreneurship promotion component, which supports especially small recycling and compost ventures. Coming to my next example, which is now on Zimbabwe. Quite interesting example from FAO, because maybe I forgot to mention, this is a joint paper from ILO and FNO. My co-author Daniel Epifani couldn't come, but I'm presenting on behalf of both organizations. And that's an interesting project sponsored and supported by FAO, which looks into turning waste into black soldier flies, the larvae of organic waste from food and farm waste, into affordable high protein, the larvae, which then will be used for fish feed. This is a low-cost, climate-smart solution that creates not only jobs, but also helps to reduce the waste. They have this tilapia fish, which helps the farmers to cut the feed cost by using these black soldier flies, larvae. It produces several tons of dried BSF larvae per month. The cells feed at approximately $500 per ton. It has a positive employment impact. It employs 5 young people, mostly women, plus 5 others in waste collection. You also enter here in the value chain, and then you go further up and you support the agri-food value chain. The challenges is the need for more training on this one. Also to have a better and clear regulations on that in many African countries. I think in Kenya it's quite advanced, in South Africa it's an initial stage. And also the adaptation to colder regions, because it's mostly in warmer regions. My next and my last, yes, I have okay. So coming now to a kind of a summary of what we have seen here, there are different effects, there are different technology effects. There are three main areas. There's the farm enhancing technologies. These are low capital investment, they improve soil fertility, they reduce input costs, and mitigate environmental degradation. So when we look, for example, just at the composting or the biochar application, that goes in this direction. Then we have one step further. This is the profit generation technologies, which could be developed as a second stage, which require more infrastructure and coordination. Here you have, for example, the cases of the mushrooms and the insect-based feed like the black soldier flies. They provide income opportunities. They also reduce landfill use and create a significant amount of jobs. And then the third aspect, it's a more cross-cutting, it's a capability generation technology effect. So that means there could be some combinations of imported and adjusted technologies and used together or separately with local traditional technologies. You can just use local traditional technologies, or you introduce like the black soldier flies coming from other countries, you adapt it to the local context, thus enhancing a learning process of local communities, maybe also creating new innovations and going in this direction. What are the key factors influencing this transition to the new technologies? What matters first is the scale of it, scalability, market access, investment, and the right policy support. A key element is skills development to create this capability development, which then leads to local jobs, to better jobs, to higher productivity and income. Also very important is here the value chain and also to include more processing, to go up the value chain, to include more value added in all these activities. As we have seen, it's not just let's say in the case of organic waste, just to have this as a compost, but also to have maybe feed for fish production, poultry production, etc., which includes a processing part, how to elevate, for example, these black soldier flies, larvae, to get the protein for that. Very important in this regard are the incentives to support this through subsidies. There's also carbon pricing, which could help it to some extent. Very important to have activate support and grants to help develop these technologies at a reasonable scale and to transit to profitable ventures. To come to my end already, let me conclude. The focus here is on appropriate technologies for capability development, specifically in the agri-food value chains. And the focus is on waste, which then can create jobs, increase productivity, but also improve the environment and enhance the structural transformation process. This appropriate technology can particularly be beneficial for smallholder farmers and rural communities by creating also more stable jobs, higher income, and more formal jobs, or going towards formal jobs. The technologies for organic waste management, as you have seen, range from enhancing to income generating and capability generating technologies. Importance is to recognize this continuum, which ensures that innovations stay relevant, viable, and aligned with sustainability goals. So very important again, how to create the scalability and sustainability of these interventions, which depends on market conditions, supportive policies, the access to finance, very important, and the collaboration among the different stakeholders from local to national level, but also maybe some international experience would also be beneficial. That's it from my side. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Well, thanks, Christoph. Yeah, I think we had 5 excellent and well-presented, interesting presentations. That brings us to the end of the session. despite a couple of energy challenges there, we've actually made up about half of the missing time. So we should have broken 11:10 for this break. It's now 12:30. I think if we can get back here before 12, so we'll start 12 promptly. There's 2 more presentations to come, and that'll give us the best part of half an hour for discussion, questions, anything after that. Okay, so I'd like to just thank all the presenters again, and we see you in half an hour's time.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. And can we give our panelists and our moderator one more round of applause? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We do have an important announcement. If you're wondering where you can get the pictures, the photos that are being taken throughout the day, you can scan the QR code that will be displayed, that is actually being displayed on the screen. And you can find the pictures, you can download, share, and enjoy the pictures. And of course, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, for international participants who have traveled from near and far, and of course, for those based here in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, the Minister of Urban and Infrastructure, Her Excellency Chaltu, will host you for a special dinner. Today will be our final dinner. Of course, the event will conclude tomorrow, but tonight, we're going to have a dinner and celebrate the success that this event has been so far. So make sure, ladies and gentlemen, to attend, and if your friends and colleagues have not heard, please feel free to spread the word as well. And for those of you who are staying in hotels, shuttle services will be provided as always. So make sure you attend the gala dinner tonight at the Inter Luxury Hotel. We will see you all there, and when we come back, of course, we will continue with our presentation and discussion in the topic of green and inclusive urban development. Thank you very much. Enjoy your coffee break. I know it's very well deserved, so enjoy the coffee break, and we will see you all back here in just a few minutes. I know we took a few minutes off the coffee break, so make sure you come back in time in just 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was wonderful. Sorry, this took a few minutes.
Les efforts pour concilier la vérité et le droit. Ce que nous avons visité, c'est plus un moment émerveillé, ainsi qu'une visite très appropriée pour avoir une idée de la chose, comment est-ce que les choses se sont déroulées. C'est donc pour nous cette occasion de dire à tout le monde ici présent que oui, de mon côté du Congo félicite et participe dans le même temps aux efforts du gouvernement et du monde, de l'Afrique surtout, pour faire de l'Afrique une communauté résiliente et adaptée à l'environnement. Donc voilà un peu ce que nous avons bien voulu dire pour cette séance d'aujourd'hui.
Anu from the Secretariat. He will assist you in how you can bid. And of course, today is the deadline because tomorrow we will be announcing. So make sure you contact Engineer Asfa, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, tonight we're going to be having a gala dinner. For those of you international participants who have traveled from near and far, and for those of you who are based here but international. So for international participants who have traveled here, and for international participants who are based here in Ethiopia, please make sure you attend the gala dinner hosted and prepared by the Minister of Urban and Infrastructure, Her Excellency Minister Chaltu. So make sure you attend the gala dinner and enjoy. And if your colleagues haven't heard, please make sure you spread the word as well, ladies and gentlemen. Shuttle services, as usual, will be provided for those of you who are staying in hotels, and spread the word as well. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 more presentations left before lunch. And after lunch, we will be divided in 3 rooms and have plenary discussions. So in room 1, the room will be at the 3rd floor in this building. The moderator will be Dr. Fitsum Taklu, and papers will be presented by Dr. Naod Makonnen, Engineer Joseph Odongo, and Engineer Dominic Luis, and Mr. Paul Ngoma, CEO of AfriQA Bridging. And so on room 2, Mandela Hall, which is here, we will have papers by Mr. Mondler Kanfir, Miss Elisa Selva, and of course, Par Marie Madeleine, and it will be moderated by Dr. Jad. So make sure you attend if you're interested in that as well. And in room 3, at the AS President of the Ethiopian Employers Federation, and papers will be presented by Dr. Melkamu Taklu, Miss Alina Game, and of course, Dr. Degne Hirano, and the topics will be announced later on as well, so do not leave the room without the announcements. Thank you very much. So now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we will get into the next presentations. And this session, of course, is being moderated once again by Professor Philip. Can we give a round of applause for everyone? Before we get started, let's pump up the energy. Thank you very much and enjoy the discussion.
Thank you, MC. Welcome back, everyone. Let's round off this morning's session now. But before we do that, I just want to, there's another speaker who's not on the program, who's been added to it, Dr. Amana Sefa. He'll come up and join us now. I'll introduce him when we get to, are you there? Oh, okay. Okay. Right, so without further ado, let's carry on with the second last speaker. It's Hunda Tamani Diripsa. He serves as project manager at Helvetis, Ethiopia. With over 16 years of experience in engineering and project management, he's a seasoned civil engineer. Since May 2022, he's been at the forefront of projects aimed at enhancing rural connectivity to improve the quality of life for rural communities. His expertise lies in transport engineering and project management, environmental engineering. He'll be presenting on transforming lives in rural Ethiopia, maximizing the social impact through trail bridge construction. Interesting topic. Thank you, Hunda.
I thank the moderator for his kind introduction and all protocols observed. This paper is a joint effort. I am waiting the slides. A joint effort with the co-authors, all affiliated to Helvetas. Helvetas is a Swiss-based INGO working in more than 35 countries around the globe. Yeah. Having said this, I will directly go through the presentation. As the professor introduced the title, I will go through my presentations. So I will start from the problem statement. As you can see, the pictures, they convey 1,000 words, in which case I am also a first-hand witness for some of them, and I have got some of them from our consultants who engaged in the trail bridge design. In rural Ethiopia, people often travel long hours, traversing challenging terrains, crossing rivers, which compromise their safety, even in some occasions, hazardous occasions, and there is a significant death toll in some rivers and gorges. The same is true, 1/3 of our world population who lives in rural area suffers from access problem. They travel a lot of distance to reach to all-weather road due to different factors. One of these is rivers, gorges, and the like. This leads to production loss, and consequently, the poverty cycle deepens. So lack of access is always associated with higher under 5 mortality rate and lower GDP. According to the World Bank study 2022, Ethiopia, this Ethiopia poverty assessment, 57% of rural population lacks all-weather road. They travel more than 3 kilometers to reach all-weather road, the significance of which may need trail bridge. This may be reduced by constructing trail bridge. As a solution, to solve rural isolation, trail bridge is one of the best options for pedestrian, motorcycle, backpack animals, and carts driven by animals. This is because in challenging topographies and where there is absence of narrow rivers, often making these conventional bridges or constructing conventional bridges will be challenging. But this one, trail bridges are easy. Even it is possible to construct trail bridges up to 500 and more with a single span. Moreover, trail bridge is cost efficient as compared to the conventional bridges. They are cost efficient. One trail bridge, on average, it costs not more than 75,000 USD, 75 or less thousand USD. And one bridge in Ethiopia is serviced on average 10,000 people. So imagine the cost and the service. It is also lightweight. When we say it is lightweight, when we compare with a conventional bridge, conventional pedestrian bridge out of concrete or steel, it consumes a small amount of steel and concrete. I give you example. For example, 120-meter span trail bridge will only consume 7 tons on average. I'm talking on average 7 tons of steel, different structural steel, and less than 20 meter cube of concrete and 100 meters cube of stone per meter square. If you assess this with a conventional bridge per meter square, this is very less, and that means it is carbon friendly. As it uses a small amount of steel and concrete, its carbon footprint is relatively small. And also it is climate resilient. It serves for more than 50 years with minor maintenance. So this is a very important rural infrastructure. This structure, it is important also to address 10 of the 17 SDG goals, such that no poverty, zero hunger, good health, and blah, blah. I will show you how through my presentations. Okay. what the demand looks like in Ethiopia. First, I will go through this and I will show you the impacts and the relationship with the SDG. So far, in Ethiopia, we have 180 trail bridges functional. This number is expected to grow to 750 by the end of 2029 if the RFS and other INGO initiatives are successful. I wish if this number is doubled in this time because of the demands. As you know, Ethiopia is a water tower of Africa. I have heard, for example, Benshangul Gums is a small region in Ethiopia, in the west side, bordering Sudan. It's a very small region, but I heard it has hundreds of river and stream. So imagine that small region, how much trail bridge it needs. Hundreds, 400s to connect people from the different bank, you can imagine. But in our study, we found that in Oromia alone, which is the biggest region in Ethiopia, there is a need of 3,500 and above. These footbridges are needed. How we get to this number, I will tell you. We assessed a full coverage assessment in 12 selected waradas. We did ground truthing in these 12 waradas, which are from 5 zones: Jimma, Bunno Bedelle, West Hararge, Arsi, and Guji zone. From these selected zones, we did a full coverage. We assessed, and based on our ground truthing, some of the warada, they need 35 per warada, and some others, they need 10, 15, like that. When we did simple interpolation, then the number we arrived is for Oromia alone is 3,500. The same study has been conducted by our partner, Bridge to Prosperity, is American-based NGO. They arrived for the whole Ethiopia. The demand is more than 18,000. So imagine, this picture shows how much we constructed so this time currently. If we continue with this rate, we arrived at this number by more than 50 years. If we continue with this rate, maybe we need 1 decade, not decade, 1 century to reach or to complete the demands. So we have to have different initiatives to reach our population. If I give you extra example, for example, Rwanda, Nepal, Nicaragua, who has experience in building this kind of footbridge, they have improved their rural access. Rwanda and Nepal, they have a rural access index of 55 and above. These are a good example that they have improved their rural access through different mechanisms, but also in addition by constructing trail bridges. So, passing to the social impact of trail bridge, I will read the testimonies from 2 places. Before we construct trail bridge at Edo Kabale in Dodola, Warada, they used to travel 80 kilometers around trip to reach a marketplace. But after the construction, it is possible for them to walk only 20 minutes. Imagine the impact. Similarly, in Cholle Bayang Kabale of Omonada Warada in Jimma zone, previously they used to sell their product with low cost, which is associated to disconnectivity. After the pictures they show you, these 2 pictures are from this bridge. Now they are able to bring their products easily through donkeys, by human porters like that, which was not possible to do before. The impact continues. Our study showed us on villages where we provided trail bridge, it is possible to reduce a walking distance to get service by 55 minutes. It's a one-way trip. It is possible to reduce by this much. Now, I want to speak few things here. I don't know how quality of education is measured. If you see my first presentation, my pictures, you have seen a student were traveling hardly crossing a river. And some in a village where we conducted our study, we collected data, we did interview from 1,000 residents. They said 39.9, 40% of them travel to reach a school more than 2 hours before the trail bridge. A child walking more than 2 hours and then reaching to a school, what kind of quality education we are thinking about? The same is true for health. To reach health service before trail bridge, they reported 47% of the residents, they were traveling more than 2 hours. 2 hours. A pregnant woman traveling more than 2 hours to reach to a health service. A child, a sick child, traveling more than 2 hours to get medical service. So the probability is high to, before they reach to that station, life may be lost. So I am boldly speaking in this room that government, at least they have to improve their funding for this kind of rural infrastructure. By the way, from the data we have, the variance, the time variance, even before and after the travel is 33 and 32%. This shows the disparity between residents in rural area. Few are getting, they are close to the access, and few are very far. Let me come to job creation and economic benefit. In Ethiopia, regional road bureaus allocated more than $500 million. This is because the dollar was fluctuating. This is on average is 5 million USD in the past 3 years. By this year, in collaboration with INGOs, it is possible to create more than 1,500 jobs, which equates to 240,000 person days. So it is also very important rural infrastructure to create job. Not only that, it is labor intensive, employment intensive. Only 5% of the material are an import from abroad. The rest, 95% of the materials are produced locally and produced by labor. So it is a very labor-intensive example of structure. In addition to that, it is possible to create with this short time 37 local consultants, 49 contractors are able to get this 6 months or 1 year contract to do this bridge in these 3 years. Similar studies in Nicaragua reveals that labor market increased, agriculture product increased, and job equity. Those who go to open job, who access job, especially women, that number figure has been improved. Having said this, I will conclude. As a conclusion, the demand is high, but the supply is low. So we need a mechanism to collaborate, INGOs with private organizations. Moreover, if we want to improve our localities, maybe most of you has visited Addis Ababa, yes? You are impressed with the changes, with the corridor development. And I know our government has similar rural corridor initiative. It is very easy to link trail bridge, footbridge, rural footbridge with our rural corridor initiatives. And I know, for example, Oromia region, which is the biggest region, sometimes they have allocated 100 million, 200 million for trail bridge. If they are capable to allocate 5% of their road budget, then it is possible to improve rural access in very disconnected remote area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hunda. I think in the interest of time, let's get the last presentation going. So it's going to be by Dr. Aman Asefa. His doctorate in urban planning and development. He's the CEO of Urban Policy and Strategy at Ethiopia's Ministry of Urban and Infrastructure, with 15 years of experience as a researcher and consultant. He has led the development of national urban and construction policies, reviewed regional spatial plans, analyzed policy impacts, and contributed to Ethiopia's first African Urban Forum proposal. Aman has also advised on the Smart City Strategy, coordinated urban disaster risk profiling for Addis Ababa, and developed city disaster management plans. Additionally, he teaches postgraduate research at Ethiopian Civil Service University College and has authored a book on sustainable urban development along with 6 journal articles. Welcome, Aman. It's over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, for the beautiful bios that is introduced myself to the panel. And I go to my presentation directly. Yes, my presentation is entitled as Global Energy Transformation in Critical Minerals Across the African Continent. Its current situation, status, and opportunity for sustainable job creation. And as a background, my presentation has contains 3 parts. The first part is the background of the study, a kind of desk review, which is obtained from document analysis. And the second part is the general mining situation in the African continent. And the third part is the available opportunities for the continent as well. The world is going to global energy transformation now from fuel dependence to a green kind of energy uses to ensure sustainable development across the globe. So as a background, what looks like Africa for this bigger mission, especially to ensure the global energy transformation and ensure climate change adaptability. So as a background, Africa is the largest continent, the second largest continent. It is surrounded by, geologically surrounded by seas, and the Red Sea, the Mediterranean Ocean, the Indian Ocean, and unfortunately the continent is equally divided by the equator. So its is composed of a grid of rigid plateaus, which creates the continent, a form of plateaus, in which we can find very essential and critical elements, minerals, which can support this global transformation. The plateaus like the Jos Plateau and the Higel Plateau of South Africa and the Katanga Plateau of DRC. These are known by rich components of critical minerals that will transform really the global energy transformation to green one. Most of the elements that are available and believed to be critical elements in the Western nations, such as the lithium, nickel, are available in the continent. So how we can make it as a sustainable base for job creation in the continent. And so as a background, this is okay. Before, the continent is highly dependent on agriculture, but since recent, now the continent is shifting to make this sector, the mining sector, to be critical for the economic development of the continent. We can take Botswana, Democratic Republic of Congo, South Africa, Zambia, Guinea, and Ghana, which are just increasing their production capacity. And then the status of mining sector in Africa, at glance, when we consider from its contribution aspect, we can see that since 2019, the African continent are divided into resource dependent and non-resource dependent. Of the 54, the first 48 countries are mineral dependent countries recognized as like that, and 10 are just this critical mineral dependence. And the graph shows that the production capacity is increasing from time to time. Therefore, by the end of 2025, the continent is expected to produce more than 734 billion kilograms of minerals from this. Of this, almost 39% is produced from the South African base. And this, what does it mean when we situate it as an opportunity for the sustainable job creation? That means if the production is increasing like this to this term, so that the involvement of unemployed burden are highly expected. And the figure is not standing here, it's going to be increasing from time to time when the demand for these critical elements are increasing. So that some African countries are leading the producer of these critical minerals, such as platinum, chrome, manganese, and coal. However, there are still gaps which the continent's state leaders should consider, such as infrastructure and the demand for modernization in the sector. Sorry. All right. So we can see the status of production in the continent and the potential. It looks like this. For instance, in Mali, the deposit study previously indicated that the lithium deposit is more than this figure. In Guinea, the world's largest bauxite producer, which are highly essential in batteries and this energy transformation. Democratic Republic of Congo, the same thing. Over 70% of the world's cobalt deposit is present there. And the other countries, as you can see over there. So that this is an immense potential for the coming sustainable job creation base that we are transforming as a continent from small scale mining or traditional mining way. There are some aspirations that we are seeing that I will present in the next slide. So overall, African mining industry is gradually changing the shift from fuel dependence to green transformation. So the world is aspiring this immense potential of minerals, elements from this continent. So there will be an opportunity for production and then processing, semi-processed products, because most of the countries are just banning the raw material export. That is intentionally made to ensure the benefit or the use of the local employment or productive budget, so as to make a sustainable economic base for the continent. So this sheds a light spectrum towards this sustainable job creation in the continent for the youth. These are the potential bases that the world is aspiring from Africa. Let's say platinum group metals, highly important in green energy. The deposit share for Africa is 92%. So most of the worlds are inclined in the need of this critical mineral. Cobalt, which is very essential in electric vehicle. The global share for Africa, this deposit is 56% in DRC, in South Africa, Zambia, and Madagascar. The same thing, these all elements are highly important in global energy transformation, from fuel dependence to the green one. So that without Africa's mineral, the world has no option almost, because most of the reserves are existent in this continent. So the continent is going to utilize this as a sustainable base for job creation for the jobless and for those interested individuals. The economic contribution and the revenue gain from the mining sector, especially from these critical minerals, and the relative net zero scenario is increasing from time to time. We can see fuel dependence is increasing, and the green energy transformation is increasing, and the marketability of these products are another green lights for this sustainable job opportunity. These are some critical element bases in some countries selected. I selected them as a desk review. For instance, aluminum, bauxite is the most common ore, which consists 98% of the aluminum product in the continent. As a ore, it exists with this component. So Africa holds roughly 1/3 of the global bauxite resource, more than any other world regions. The Guinea is the one. So as you can see on the picture, battery production is highly expected from this element, which is produced from Guinea. And solar energy, aluminum is another input for solar energy production, so that this production the demand will escalate through time, because the world is going to transform. And therefore, this country and the continent as well has a big opportunity in this area to participate the working group, so that it can be a sustainable base for job opportunity in the continent. Chromium production, the same thing for geothermal energy processing. This potential is highly available in South Africa. So South Africa accounts for 80% of global chromium ore export in 2020. Most countries are banning now raw material export. They make semi-processed or processed and industry plantation to produce the energy materials using these basic elements. Similarly, cobalt, the Congolesian cobalt. I have heard some friend here over from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and this is the fact with Congo. In producing lithium batteries, highly utilized in electric vehicles, are the main source from this Democratic Republic of Congo. And the trend on the graph shows that from time to time, the production capacity is increasing. So there, Congo accounts for over 70% of cobalt mine globally, but 60% of this is processed in China. That's why the government of African country leaders are highly concerned on banning the export of raw material. The results, look, the wealth is here available, so we are exporting as a raw and importing the processed one. So making other than this, by enhancing the current challenges in the sector, we can make the production and the extraction here in the continent, so that this natural resource of the continent has a green light spectrum toward this sustainable job creation. On one hand, the sector is labor intensive, but yet in selected countries, the work is done by micro and small enterprise producers, so that making corporate base and paving the way by policy support is becoming the assignment for our country in the continent. Well, the other thing is graphite, highly existent in Mozambique, Madagascar, and these are also highly essential, including the EV, batteries, solar energy production, and so that this potential by itself is a huge and immense opportunity for the continent to think over that and to make it highly strategic for the economy of the continent. Manganese is the other one which is very essential in solar energy. Gabon is producing highly, and platinum group metals from South Africa is containing 90% of the global share. Therefore, future in Africa with critical minerals, what it looks like the future of Africa with critical minerals. Critical minerals are vital for global energy transformation, is undoubtedly known. The resources available here. What matters is establishing a system to use local enterprises, to participate local enterprises in this aspect other than exporting. So most countries are barring this export, as earlier I said. So securing a stable supply and future access to critical mineral has become a geopolitical priority. This is a big opportunity in the continent. And to meet the expected rise in global demand, production of mineral and metal, such as lithium, graphite, and cobalt, will need to increase by nearly 500%. This is the study undertaken by the African Development Bank. This figure increasing up to 500% does mean that a huge job opportunity is created from this stream. And the graph also indicates the lifespan of the increase of production from time to time, so which also remains base for sustainable job creation. The global energy transformation also is increasing the opportunity. It's not only because the global energy transformation, but the multi-sectorality of these critical minerals, from electric up to medicine, so that this multispectral use of the critical minerals will make a huge opportunity for the next future Africa's job creation or sustainability, including the local economic contribution. We have seen till recently the GDP contribution is almost more than 20%, but now it's going to be increasing because the transformation of this energy demand is inevitable. So with this inevitability, production and extraction of this mineral will follow.
Dr. Sefer, could you start wrapping up?
Okay, yeah. I'll finish here. Yeah. So that strategic views by the African government is just development-based mining by participating local enterprises. Therefore, to highlight some aspirations that we have at hand, we can see at country level, Zambia launched a critical mineral strategy in August 2024. South Africa is on process now. And bilateral mineral partnership in cooperative manner is going. This bilateral relations or cooperation is yielding from raw material exportation to production in the continent. And infrastructure investment, such as the Vito way connecting some 3 countries here, you can see, they coordinate each other so that the production will be escalating like this. And the key areas for job opportunity are this mining sector for the next future of the continent, so that there is immense production of mineral, which makes the sector highly dependable for the coming demand. Look, Africa is adding some 900 million population the next 10 years, it is projected. This demographic change is coming with another job demand, so that this can absorb this increase. Therefore, this global transformation is unthinkable without Africa's contribution, so that the African continent has such a huge, immense potential of accepting the coming job demand. I thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sefa. Very interesting presentation. Okay, I think we've had a fairly diverse session from, let's say, all parks and recreation, infrastructure, bridges, energy, even mushrooms and fly larvae. So as a geologist, I can resonate with infrastructure and bridges, but you can hit them with a hammer. Mushrooms and fly larvae and hammers don't go well together. Well, I think it's been a very useful and interesting session. We haven't got a lot of time. I'm going to steal a little bit of time from lunch for a couple of questions to the speakers, if there are any. So I'll open the floor. Please, if you have a question, identify yourself, your name, your institute, or your country, and then who you're addressing the question to, so that they can take notes to reply. We'll do question by question and not a whole bunch at a time. If the questions are in French, just give a little bit of warning so we can get some translation. And if you want a response in French, again, we need the translators to get on board. Okay, so let's have some hands, a hand to start with. Anyone, or are you all too hungry?
To your left.
Sorry? Oh, there, okay, there's one right in the middle there. Radio.
To your left, one to your left. Yes, my name is Teshome. I'm from Core Consulting Engineers. Because I'm a bridge engineer, I was very much interested on the presentation on trail bridges, and I'm very happy that I have seen some developments regarding generally provision of footbridges along across rivers of our country, and I want to congratulate the presenter. He has clearly identified that there is a very huge demand to save time and reduction of travel time by providing footbridges along the many rivers in our country. But I want to also comment that trail bridges are not the only bridges, or maybe may not be the best bridges for some of the to cater the demand. For example, the presenter has shown us that some people were crossing across a river by providing simply one tree log, and that is not safe, but by providing several steel timbers that simply trees by the side to increase the width of the bridge, and by providing handrails on both sides, we can we can provide footbridges with relatively less cost and also with readily available material, simply timber. There are some places where we can provide this one, and also for those bridges which, for those rivers with stable and wide channel, stable flood level, we can provide floating bridges with very relatively very small cost. And I want to know if there is any activity regarding that one. And when we come to the cost, providing of trail bridges may require sometimes very expensive material, that is pre-stressing steel of very high capacity, tensile capacity. That will be the main load carrying element that is is not readily available and is relatively more expensive than the other materials. And the presenter has also stated that it is light weight. We agree that trail bridges are very lightweight, but this fact has also some disadvantage for some areas where there is a high-speed wind. It is very difficult to keep the trail bridge to resist, to design trail bridge to resist wind, high-velocity wind, because of the light weight materials that we construct this bridge out of. So there are some also drawbacks. So what I recommend is providing a lot of options of footbridges, and based on the condition of the river, the span of the bridge, the span of the river, maybe wooden bridges may be used for a small span, and also for stable and wide channels like Omo River Bridge. Maybe floating bridges can be simply constructed with barrels, properly sealed barrels, and providing some working material on that. And also there are several options, and I want to listen to the feedback if there is any activity related to diversifying the options. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you want to respond to that?
Okay. Thank you, Tashoma, from Core Consulting. We have been implementing trail bridges with timber previously. And by the way, it's an option. The option is there in place, but from sustainability point of view, once you build, the timber bridge needs yearly maintenance, but these steel bridges, they serve for 50 years. From sustainability point of view, to be climate resilient, we shifted to steel bridges. This is one. The other is the possibility to construct 100 and more meters of bridge in a very wide opening areas in a gorges. With this span, it is not possible to construct with a steel. With a steel is possible, but we need to do river diversion and blah blah. It affects the climate. But with the cables, no river diversion, very small excavation, and very minimum environmental impact. That's why we advocate these cable bridges. And as you have said, yes, it is lightweight, but it has some deficiency when we think of high wind speed. It is true, but for high wind speed, for a speed more than 120 kilometers per hour, something like that, there is a provision called wind guy and wind ties. It is the designer's option to put this accordingly. And for depending on the span, depending on the size, depending on the purpose, a bridge can be a wooden bridge, a concrete bridge. Yeah, that's why we gave a general term, trail bridge. We are talking about a general term, it's a trail improvement. I am not only talking about cable bridge. Yes, it is possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Honda. There was another question in the back. Right up there. Can you ask your question? Yeah. Please ask your question.
Yeah. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Bukar from RAM, Rural Access and Agricultural Marketing from Nigeria. And also, I'm happy to see the lead moderator who was in Nigeria and also was part of the team that developed the Rural Road Manual in Nigeria. So happy to see your face again after many years. My question is to the presenter on the trail bridge. From what you have displayed, we can see used by pedestrians and also some donkeys and animals. So please, maybe if you can shed light, maybe the design lot, can it take a motorbike and also vehicles, whereby that can also help in advocating some agricultural product, and also it can assist in cutting off waste and drudgeries. So we want to know whether the design lot can accommodate other means of transportation. And also, you mentioned about the need, that the prioritization is almost about 18,000 trail bridge that also is required. It is okay, but maybe if you can share light for other professional colleagues to know some of the criteria that you have used in coming up with that 18,000. And also, you know, climate too also is very, very important, and also is being now considered in all design issue, like to know the vulnerability index, the vulnerability assessment. Wanted to know whether if that has been taken into consideration, that the climate resilience and also it is adaptation into the entire work. And also you mentioned about there are some financial constraints as part of the challenge, and also as one of the solutions you mentioned the involvement of the private sector. So the private sector involvement, did you think how are they going to recoup their investment? Is it through tolling, or the involvement of the private sector, is it under social corporate responsibility? You are doing a very good work, and we are happy with the presentation. At least it can help in raising the rural access industry, which also you have mentioned is a very welcome development. So these are some of the questions for clarification. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You again, working overtime. We have 2 lunches.
Okay, I will address some of these questions, and for more we can discuss bilaterally. The design load is in general 4 kilonewton per meter square is a distributed live load, and there is also a point load 150 kg as a point load for the design of these walkway panels with a safety factor of 3. So donkeys can access, motorbikes can access, and in future also we are thinking to modify with the Ministry of Urban and with ERA. We are discussing to improve this manual to accommodate 3-wheelers. About the criteria, how we reached 18,000 trail bridge. We did this through AI-based remote sensing. We were assisted by Bridge to Prosperity, is an American NGO. In addition, we randomly selected 12 waradas in Oromia, and also we conducted different assessments in the south and in Amara. From our ground truthing, we sent data collectors to the ground to see all the villages in the warada. Actually, they are assisted by the Kabale leaders. They are the one who inform, here we need bridge, there we need bridge. Based on that, we did simple extrapolations, and we reached on that number. About the private sector, yes, there is a social corporate responsibility. Many organizations, for example, coffee exporters are coming to our office. They are saying we want to build 1 bridge, and others are also asking us. Banks can fund these kind of initiatives. 1 bridge costs around 5 to 6 million Ethiopian birr. 100-meter bridge is 5 to 6 million Ethiopian birr. Yes, social private companies can fund through social corporate responsibility, and others, NGOs, we have many NGOs in the country who are working on water project, health project. I am saying if they want to make their water and their health accessible, they have to also invest on rural infrastructure as a prerequisite. I think this is a prerequisite. You do water there, but nobody is crossing a river and using it. It's useless. Thank you. The other question, I think we can discuss bilaterally.
Okay, maybe we've got time for one more quick question.
To the left, to the left.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have 2 short questions, but allow me to put it in French. Donc, je suis Georges Camille. Je travaille pour un programme qui fait dans les opérations IMO au Cameroun. Alors, ma première question s'adresse au coordonnateur, je crois que c'est M. Kamet, de la Tunisie, qui coordonne un projet IMO en Tunisie. Alors, la question, c'est de savoir, dans votre exposé, vous avez dit que pour garantir la pérennité de vos ouvrages, vous mettez à la suite de chaque projet un modèle de gestion qui soit adapté. En quoi consiste ce modèle de gestion, en quoi ça tient, quelles sont les caractéristiques de ces modèles, en particulier pour un projet de route, par exemple. Ça, c'est ma question pour vous, docteur Kamé. Ma deuxième question s'adresse au directeur Robert Lissingé, qui a fait un très bon diagnostic dans la première partie de son exposé. Il a fait un très bon diagnostic sur la situation des infrastructures en Afrique. On a pu noter qu'il y a une forte pression démographique, mais on a surtout noté qu'il y a un très grand gap en matière d'infrastructures routières, les routes notamment. Mais dans la deuxième partie qui traitait des opportunités, je voulais véritablement qu'il revienne sur le positionnement même de l'Afrique par rapport aux opportunités pour résoudre ce diagnostic alarmant. Et il a fait référence, c'est vrai, à l'accord de Paris, mais par rapport à cet accord, justement, quel est le positionnement que l'Afrique a développé pour glaner les financements qui sont prévus par les fonds verts climat? Vous n'avez pas évoqué ça, pourtant il me semble que c'est une poche importante qui peut aider à résoudre ce problème. Le deuxième élément en rapport avec les opportunités, c'est il y a quelques années, je crois, l'ancien président sénégalais avait lancé une initiative NEPAD, dont la vocation était justement de réduire ce gap. Où en est-on? Est-ce que ce n'est pas quelque chose qu'on pourrait redynamiser s'il ne fonctionne pas toujours? Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Merci d'avoir posé ces questions. Donc, pour répondre à votre question sur les modalités de gestion des projets d'infrastructure. Donc, juste une idée, donc le programme IPDLI, donc c'est un projet qui fait l'appui aux communes pour la mise en œuvre des projets d'infrastructure. Donc, pour assurer, bien sûr, la pérennité et la durabilité de ces projets-là, donc les modèles de gestion ont été conçus et appliqués en concertation avec les acteurs locaux. Donc, dont l'objectif, c'est bien sûr, c'est assurer donc la bonne gouvernance et l'exploitation durable de ces projets-là, tout en prenant en considération les cadres juridiques nationaux, des capacités et des compétences communales, ainsi que les dynamismes social local. Ça en premier lieu. En deuxième lieu, donc des sessions ou bien un programme de renforcement des capacités des communes, donc qui porte sur la gestion et l'entretien des routes. Donc on répond à votre question sur les projets routiers notamment. Donc ce sont des programmes de renforcement des capacités qui ont été donc appliqués aux communes pour faire donc ces programmes de gestion et d'entretien de ces routes, des infrastructures routières. Voilà.
Thank you. There are a couple of questions. One related to NEPAD. I think NEPAD is still up and running. Today we have the African Union Development Agency, which is based in South Africa. I think that is pretty much still playing that role. Specifically, we have the PIDA, the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa. Right now, we have the second PIDA Priority Action Plan to be implemented between 2021 and 2030. And I think that these 69 projects that span across the different infrastructure sectors, transport, energy, ICT, and water. I think one of the criteria actually to select these projects were those that are climate friendly. So the answer is yes. PIDA is still there. Actually, we also have the PIDA project, infrastructure project preparatory facility that is housed at the African Development Bank. These facilities can be used
to prepare projects and make them more bankable. Now, what's Africa's position regarding funding and climate change? I think, generally speaking, even beyond climate change, the global financial situation where we are seeing a decline in foreign direct assistance, development assistance in general, I think the position is to mobilize more domestic, that's a risky strategy to depend on development partners to implement our project. I think what is coming from development partners is welcome, but it should only complement what we mobilize in the continent ourselves. Having said that, speaking directly to the climate change and Paris agreement, we know that there's the existence of all kinds of green funds, but we also know that the development partners have not necessarily been contributing to those funds, and even when contributions have been made, African countries have not necessarily benefited that much to the green or access the existing fund. We also know about the loss and damage fund that recently came up during the COP in Egypt. So in the context of the Paris Agreement, there are those facilities that exist. The challenge is how African countries can access those existing facilities. And just to finish up by saying also, and it's related in a way, Africa does have a common position on energy transition, and that was championed by the African Union. We are sitting in the African Union right here. Of course, Africa want to transition to clean energy, but also the critical challenge on the continent, and I mentioned in my presentation, is the huge number of Africans who still don't have access to electricity. So while we want to transition to green energy, the challenge is how do we use existing resources, natural resources, to meet the energy needs of the continent. Maybe I'll leave it there now.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I think in the interest of lunch not getting too cold, we'll call it a day now. I'd like you all to join me in thanking the speakers for the excellent presentations. And as I said earlier, I'm a geologist. I love having a hammer in my hand. I've waited my whole life to do this. The session is now closed.
Thank you very much. Everyone, please stay seated because we still have a few things to address before we depart to lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, first I'd like to announce a few things. Some of the things I have announced already, I would like to reiterate that we do have a gala dinner tonight at the Inter Luxury Hotel, but it's only for international participants who have traveled from all over the world, and for those who are based here in Ethiopia, but international participants. So please make sure you join us for dinner. ክብራትና ክብራን ዛሬ ማታ ያዘጋጀነው የእራት ስነ ስርዓት ከተለያዩ ሀገራት የመጡ ይሄንን ፕሮግራም እየተሳተፉ ያሉ እንግዶችና እዚሁም ሀገር ያሉ ዓለም አቀፍ ተሳታፊዎች ስለሆነ እነሱን እራት መንጋብዝ ይሆናል ማለት ነው። እናመሰግናለን። Ladies and gentlemen, another announcement is, of course, before we depart, we are going to be giving out certification of appreciation for our presenters. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite to the stage, downstairs, because it's a lot, His Excellency Yetimgeta Asrat, State Minister of Urban and Infrastructure, who will be giving out the certificates for our presenters. Please welcome His Excellency with a round of applause. Thank you very much. And now I will be calling the names of our presenters to receive the certificates. Mr. Michael Liu, can we give a round of applause for our presenters as they receive their certificates? Mr. Michael, thank you very much. And of course, Mr. Kamel. Of course, Dr. Christoph Ernst. Mr. Hunde Tammene, and Dr. Aman Asafa, all the presenters of this session. We thank you very much for your service, and we thank you very much for bringing such insightful papers to the stage today. Thank you very much. Can we give them a round of applause, please? It was such an insightful session, such interesting papers as well, so thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, when we come back from lunch, we're going to be parted in 3 rooms. The first room will be 3rd floor in this building. The second will be here at Mandela Hall, and of course the third is at the old building. Our ushers will assist you. In each room, we'll be discussing different topics. In room 1, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm going to announce the topics to be discussed and the papers to be presented, make sure you take notes and decide which room you'd like to join. Ladies and gentlemen, in room 1, we will have paper presentations, the first one being Infrastructure Growth and Poverty Reduction in Ethiopia, a dynamic CGE analysis. Another paper will be Building Resilient Communities, Maximizing Social Impact Through Sustainable Infrastructure Development. And of course, the other paper to be presented in room 1 will be Bridging the Gap Between Higher Education and Labor Market Demands. So if you'd like to join, ladies and gentlemen, please join 3rd floor in this building. Ladies and gentlemen, can we keep the claps going for the incredible presenters that we've had today? Thank you very much, and Your Excellency, thank you very much once again. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in this room, the papers that will be presented will be the social impact of infrastructure towards sustainable and resilient ecosystem-based governance. We will also be hearing a paper on employment-intensive investment programs for advancing decent work in care economy. And lastly, we will have programmed investment interests. Sorry, this is in French, so I'll let the experts explain that. So, ladies and gentlemen, on the 3rd room, which will be at the old building, we will have 3 paper presentations. One will be impacts of gender empowerment policies on social inclusion in selected rural infrastructure development in Ethiopia, challenges and opportunities. Secondly, we will have an analysis of the impact of drought on crop productivity and employment outcome in Zambia. And third, but not least, we will have resilience and vulnerability of local communities' livelihood to climate change in Dale Distinct Sidama Regional State of Ethiopia. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you attend the discussion that interests you, and you can ask our ushers as well for any assistance. Enjoy the lunch break, and we will see you all back in just an hour. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, while after your lunch, please make sure you visit the exhibition because it's still open. ክብራትና ክብራን ከምሳ በኋላ ኤግዚቢሽን ስላለ ክፍት ስለሆነ እሱን እንድትጎበኙ በአክብሮት እንጠይቃለን። Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure you visit the exhibition before the end of the day. Thank you.
አልታየም።
We will have 3 presenters and of course our moderator. So I will be introducing our moderator. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who still want to bid for organizing the next regional conference, we're about to close the bidding in just a few hours. So make sure you contact Engineer Asfa, who will guide you through the bidding process and let you know how you can do it. Thank you very much. First off, I hope everyone had a lovely lunch. Can we have a round of applause? I do see a lot of faces in the room. Let's have a round of applause for everyone here. Thank you for choosing to stay in this room to engage in the discussion. So without further ado, allow me to introduce our moderator for the session. Dr. Jad Boubaker. He is the ILO focal point for Tunisia and Chief Technical Advisor of the Pilot Initiative for Integrated Local Development, IPDLI, with over 11 years of experience leading key development programs such as support to disadvantaged areas and youth social infrastructure. He previously worked with UNICEF on child protection and refugee camp management with a background in economics, management, and finance. His expertise includes local economic development, labor-intensive investment, livelihood support, governance, decentralization, and social inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jad has contributed to major institutional reforms, national planning processes, and UN coordination frameworks, including the UN SDCF and public procurement reform. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our moderator, Dr. Jad Boubaker.
Thank you for this amazing introduction. I don't know that it's me, but I'm looking who is. So I'm pleased to moderate the session. The session will be in French, so if it's possible for you to check if the traduction is okay. And I have the pleasure to ask Mrs. Madeleine Ingia from Cameroon to come with us, Mrs. Elisa Silva, and Mr. Mondar Khamfil. Just to check for the traduction, please come. Is it okay for the traduction? In French, in English, sorry, from English to French. Est-ce que la traduction elle est bonne? Est-ce que la traduction ça marche? Someone can check, please. Is it okay? Très bien. Nice. Alors, j'ai le plaisir, mesdames et messieurs, de modérer cette session. Le titre de cette session, ce sera « Maximiser l'impact social des infrastructures de développement ». Donc ça, c'est le titre de cette session. Et j'ai l'honneur et le plaisir d'avoir avec moi 3 experts en différentes thématiques liées à cette question. Je commence par vous les introduire. Nous avons avec nous Madame Marie-Madeleine Ndjia, qui est un ingénieur agronome, diplômée de l'École nationale supérieure agronomique au Cameroun. Elle est aussi détentrice du diplôme du Centre d'études financières, économiques et bancaires, une collègue, assez bien. Au Cameroun, elle occupe tout autour de les fonctions de cadre d'appui à la direction des études et projets du ministère de l'Agriculture, également chef de service de la planification du développement rural à la direction de planification du ministère du Plan et de l'Aménagement du Territoire, et la chef de la cellule du développement rural à la division de la planification du développement au même ministère. C'est ce dernier poste qu'elle est nommée pour assurer les fonctions de coordonnateur national du programme national de développement participatif. Donc, Madame Marie-Madeleine, elle va partager avec nous l'expérience de Cameroun via ce programme national de développement participatif. Maintenant, je vous présente une collègue et une chère amie, Madame Elisa Silva, qui est chargée technique au sein de notre unité création d'emplois par l'investissement public à l'Organisation internationale du travail. Elle est basée à Genève. Elle travaille à l'OIT depuis 2008, où elle consacre la majeure partie de sa carrière à la prévention, à la réponse et au relèvement des crises. Depuis son arrivée à l'unité en 2023, elle contribue à la promotion des investissements à haute intensité d'emploi par le biais de l'assistance technique, de la formation, de la communication et du développement des connaissances. Madame Elisa est titulaire d'un diplôme en administration et gestion des entreprises de l'université de Boccani, en Italie, et d'un diplôme de 3e cycle en situation d'urgence et d'assistance humanitaire de l'Institut italien d'études politiques internationales. Notre honorable et 3e intervenant est M. Mandar Khanfir, qui est un expert reconnu en politique publique, spécialisé dans les domaines de l'innovation, de l'infrastructure et du développement économique durable, avec une expérience significative en Afrique et dans la région MENA. Ingénieur diplômé de l'École des arts et des métiers Paris Tech, il a complété sa formation par un exécutif MBA de la Mediterranean School of Business de Tunis et une spécialisation en entrepreneuriat et innovation à la Polytechnique Institut aux États-Unis. Polytechnique de l'Institut Polytechnique RPA. Son parcours professionnel comprend des missions de conseil stratégique pour les institutions internationales telles que la Banque mondiale, l'OCDE, l'ESCOA, l'AFD, la GZ, la BERD, et il a contribué à l'élaboration des politiques publiques favorisant l'innovation et la compétitivité du secteur privé. Il a également dirigé des études sur le développement des marchés des capitaux dans les économies émergentes et sur la compétitivité du secteur privé. Si c'est monsieur, mais dans ma langue natale, en tant que coordinateur ou cofondateur et vice-président du Tunisia Africa Business Council, il a dirigé le think tank pour une prospérité partagée en Afrique, axé sur la promotion des politiques publiques soutenant l'innovation et l'intégration régionale. Il est également impliqué avec l'OIT dans la conception des plans stratégiques pour le développement des secteurs clés, notamment le BTP, où il a élaboré un plan de développement stratégique pour la Fédération nationale des entreprises du bâtiment et des travaux publics, visant à moderniser le secteur et à renforcer sa compétitivité. Mesdames, Messieurs, nous avons exactement 1h30 pour finir notre panel, donc 15 minutes par présentation, et j'appelle Madame Marie-Madeleine. Est-ce qu'on peut voir, s'il vous plaît, la présentation? Can you present the presentation, please? Thank you. Ah, vous avez déjà. Est-ce que le collègue de Madame Marie-Madeleine est avec nous? Ah, il est déjà. Vous pouvez prendre. Ah, vous pouvez faire passer donc ces deux là-bas. Okay.
Excellences, Messieurs les ministres, il y en a, Mesdames et Messieurs les délégués, Mesdames, Messieurs les participants à cet important séminaire, je vous dirai déjà bon après-midi. Alors, nous parlons du Programme national de développement participatif, communément appelé PNDP, que le gouvernement du Cameroun a mis en place dès l'année 2004 avec l'appui des bailleurs de fonds multilatéraux et bilatéraux, la Banque mondiale, l'Agence française de développement, la KfW et un don japonais, en vue de mettre en place un mécanisme décentralisé de financement en faveur des collectivités territoriales décentralisées dans la perspective d'appuyer le processus de décentralisation suivant les approches participatives. Et en 2014, nous introduisons les approches d'emploi intensif à la faveur des fonds du contrat des endettements de développement, la remise de la dette de la France sur le Cameroun et l'FD appelé à gérer effectivement ces fonds s'est engagé à financer une partie des projets ciblés dans le programme d'aménagement du territoire préparé par le gouvernement pour assurer une meilleure cohésion sociale dans la région de l'extrême nord au Cameroun et en améliorant les capacités des communes à assurer le développement économique et social de leur territoire. Les 10 années d'approche participative et de réalisation d'investissements en mode IEC, c'est-à-dire l'approche d'équipement en équipement intensif, a permis donc de pouvoir se mettre à l'épreuve des approches IMO en 2 axes. L'axe de l'exécution des travaux proprement dit en IMO et l'axe de l'ingénierie sociale. J'ai préparé une présentation, mais pour casser un peu les codes et pour ne pas vous bercer après le repas de tout à l'heure, j'ai choisi de vous faire suivre ce documentaire qui vous parlera certainement mieux que mon discours. Donc nous allons suivre ce documentaire.
Grâce à un appui financier de l'Agence française de développement d'une enveloppe d'environ 9 milliards de francs CFA, issus des fonds Paix et Résilience MINCA, le Programme national de développement participatif PNDP a répondu aux besoins des populations vulnérables de la région de l'extrême nord du Cameroun dans le cadre de la phase 3 du projet IMO, entendez haute intensité de main-d'œuvre.
Cette opération haute intensité de main-d'œuvre, en abrégé IMO, vise donc essentiellement la réalisation d'infrastructures socio-économiques et la mise à disposition d'opportunités économiques sur les 25 communes couvertes. Le projet a permis la réalisation de 29 micro-projets pour une somme de 5 milliards 300 millions de francs CFA, hors taxes. Et l'insertion socio-professionnelle de 6080 jeunes. 104 km de routes réhabilitées avec la construction de 121 dallos, des petits ponts. 80 000 mètres cubes d'eau pour l'abreuvement du bétail. Cette eau est conservée dans des mares artificielles qui sont un type d'investissement réalisé dans le cadre de l'opération EMO. 30 points d'eau potables pour la consommation des populations. Un magasin de stockage de produits agricoles d'une capacité de 1400 mètres cubes, construit essentiellement avec des matériaux locaux.
Chez les bénéficiaires du projet IMO3 Minka du PNDP, les changements induits par l'intervention sont légion. Cependant, tous ont concouru à l'atteinte d'un objectif majeur, à savoir l'amélioration des conditions de vie des populations locales.
Le résultat est palpable et visible sur le terrain. Il se justifie à plusieurs niveaux. Dans le volet social, le PNDP, grâce à ces travaux, a permis aux jeunes d'être occupés. Ça participe de la lutte contre le chômage. Le deuxième résultat visible sur le terrain, c'est qu'également, ça a permis un développement de certaines activités agricoles, dans l'élevage et autres.
Pour assurer la durabilité du projet et créer les conditions idoines pour l'insertion socio-économique des jeunes, un ensemble d'activités d'ingénierie sociale a été conduit. Dans le but d'implémenter cette composante, le PNDP s'est attaché les services du consortium CORES-IMO, composé de 4 ONG, à savoir CARE, AGDMR, KDPI et ALDEPA.
Le plus-value de ce consortium, c'est ce qu'on appelle le volet d'ingénierie sociale. Qu'est-ce que ça veut dire? Ça veut dire tout l'accompagnement des jeunes et des communautés de la phase de sélection, contrôle des enjeux socio-environnementaux, prévention des abus et l'exploitation sexuelle pendant les travaux sur le chantier, tout ce qui est orientation professionnelle, association villageoise d'épargne crédit et accompagnement aux formations et à l'insertion proprement dite, ainsi que l'accompagnement des comités de gestion des ouvrages qui visent la durabilité des infrastructures qui ont été construites.
Axé sur la recherche de l'efficacité et l'efficience, l'approche de mise en œuvre du projet IMO3 Minka du PNDP a été bâtie sur un ensemble d'outils et de stratégies qui ont prouvé leur efficacité sur le terrain.
Il y a eu une innovation pour cette troisième séquence, à savoir l'organisation des forats d'opportunités. Ces forats d'opportunités ont fait suite à une étude qui a été menée par le concours d'un consultant qui a identifié les secteurs porteurs dans la région de l'extrême nord de manière générale, mais aussi dans les différents sites d'intervention du projet, ce qui a donc permis de communiquer lors de ces différents forats aux différents jeunes les secteurs les plus porteurs, les secteurs porteurs en termes d'activités génératrices de revenus, mais aussi les secteurs porteurs en termes de formation professionnelle. Ceci étant dit, les jeunes ayant ces différents parcours d'insertion à leur disposition ont opéré donc des choix par le concours de nos différents agents sur le terrain. Ils ont été accompagnés donc à choisir les idées de projet.
Dans le département du Mayo-Sava, Asta Abdou est leader d'un groupe de 6 femmes résidentes de la localité de Tokombéré. Toutes ont participé au projet en tant qu'ouvrières sur un chantier de construction d'une mare artificielle. Grâce à leur paye et aux épargnes réalisées dans les associations villageoises d'épargne et de crédit, les 6 dames ont développé une tontine, ce qui leur a permis de produire des oignons et de pratiquer l'élevage des moutons.
Bali jeego ɗo min coodi feere dow bor capannay, feere bor capannay e joyi, feere bor capannay e ɗiɗi, banni min coodi baali en man, kanjum jotta baali en man ɗon jotta.
Le projet IMO3 Minka du PNDP, c'est aussi l'amélioration de l'accès des populations aux services sociaux de base, toutes choses ayant permis d'influencer l'environnement économique des zones ciblées. C'est le cas dans la commune de Méry, dont Amawa Wassili en est le maire.
Ce projet IMO est venu à point nommé. C'est un projet qui a occupé mes jeunes, qui a vu les jeunes sortir glaner quelques sous pour leur insertion dans le monde du travail. C'est un projet qui est vraiment...
Mousgoum et Kotoko, quelques mois avant le début de la mise en œuvre du projet, les interventions conduites dans la zone ont permis de renforcer la cohésion sociale entre les communautés belligérantes.
Nous, avant ici, on était un peu divisés. Il y a d'un côté les Kotoko et les Mousgoum, mais depuis que le projet IMO 3 est venu, on s'est renforcé davantage et puis les querelles qu'on avait avant, ça n'existait plus.
Après la mise en œuvre des activités du projet IMO 3 Minka du PNDP, place est désormais faite à la pérennisation des acquis. Elle se fera sur la base d'un certain nombre de mécanismes prévus par le PNDP et ses partenaires.
Il y a des comités de gestion qui sont mis en place au niveau des localités où nous réalisons des infrastructures, qui sont formés et qui sont dotés d'un certain nombre d'équipements qui leur permet de gérer de façon durable et pérenne les ouvrages qui sont réalisés et qui sont utilisés par la population. Au niveau des communes, il y a ce qu'on appelle le bureau d'emploi municipaux. Pratiquement toutes les communes de l'extrême nord ont ce bureau d'emploi municipal qui a pour but en fait de capter un certain nombre d'informations pour pouvoir les partager avec les jeunes qui sont sur le terrain.
Alors que la phase de pérennisation du projet IMO 3 Minka du PNDP débute, les bénéficiaires, très reconnaissants des changements impulsés par l'initiative, formulent le vœu de voir de telles actions se multiplier.
Ok. Ce documentaire parle effectivement de... Alors, je disais, ce documentaire parle de IMO 3. IMO 3 parce que c'est la troisième phase de l'opération IMO PNDP. Nous avons eu IMO 1, IMO 2 et IMO 3. Donc, ce qui est dit là concerne effectivement la troisième phase. La première phase s'étant déroulée de 2014 à 2016. La deuxième phase, donc la première phase sur financement C2D, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure. La deuxième phase qui a connu une extension locale, toujours dans la région de l'extrême nord, en termes de communes, financées de 2016 à 2019 sur financement de l'Union européenne, c'est-à-dire les fonds fiduciaires gérés par l'Agence française de développement. Et la dernière phase, donc, c'est IMO Minka. Minka, c'est le nom que l'AFD a donné à ce financement, qui est une subvention de l'AFD pour exécuter cette troisième phase. Alors, en termes de montant, vous pouvez lire le CDD, le FFU et Minka pour un montant total de 20 millions d'euros au total et 13 milliards en francs CFA. Alors, ces investissements, ce financement, effectivement, a permis de mettre en place des investissements IMO, d'une part, mais également de mener cette ingénierie sociale que vous avez pu voir au travers donc, de ce documentaire. Quand on parle d'extrême nord, on parle de pauvreté, on parle de sécheresse, on parle de l'exaction de Boko Haram, qui recrute des jeunes déjà sur place et qui, effectivement, donc, apporte donc un inconfort dans les communautés. Donc, véritablement, cette opération a permis également donc, de réduire l'insécurité à travers l'emploi des jeunes ciblés par Boko Haram et de construire des communautés résilientes, de réduire la pauvreté à travers donc, les infrastructures financées en termes de magasins de stockage ou de mares artificielles, comme on a vu tout à l'heure, et des activités agro-pastorales et de la rémunération des jeunes employés. Accompagner les jeunes, effectivement, les jeunes ouvriers, à leur insertion socio-professionnels à travers la mobilisation de leur épargne en vue de la mise en œuvre des activités génératrices de revenus, réduire le parcours, c'est écrit, vous pouvez effectivement lire, et d'améliorer la circulation des biens des personnes à travers les routes construites. Alors, ce qu'il faut dire également, c'est que dans les acteurs qui ont parlé, le design de IMO PNDP, il y a les acteurs qui ont parlé tout à l'heure, il y a l'ONG qui assure le recrutement et la formation, le profilage, la formation des jeunes pour effectivement qu'ils se reconvertissent donc à la fin des chantiers. Ceux qui n'ont pas paru sur le documentaire, c'est la structure financière, la microfinance qui assure la rémunération en fin de semaine, c'est-à-dire tous les week-ends, venir payer donc ces jeunes ouvriers sur les chantiers et garder l'épargne qui est libérée à la fin des chantiers pour qu'ils s'installent en groupe selon leur choix et soit de manière individuelle sur les métiers qu'ils ont choisis. Bien. Bon, alors, sur ces emplois intensifs et l'épargne, c'est-à-dire les emplois décents, et donc cette ingénierie sociale nous aura permis effectivement donc de mettre en place, d'installer 10 millions de jeunes. Il faut dire qu'au départ, nous avions une exigence de 30% de femmes recrutées et au finish, nous avons eu effectivement 37% de femmes sur les 12 000 jeunes recrutés, mais 10 installés. Et même dans la déperdition, on voit que c'est plutôt des hommes. Parce que parmi ceux qui sont installés, on a 41% de femmes. Donc, c'est plutôt du côté des hommes qu'il y a eu certains qui ne se sont pas mis à la réinsertion. Donc, en termes de durabilité, on peut lire également les thématiques qui sont là. On peut parler de l'installation de ces jeunes sur des différents chantiers, qu'ils ont différents services qu'ils ont choisis. Et effectivement, ils sont également affiliés à la sécurité sociale pendant les chantiers. Ils peuvent continuer à le faire. Ils gardent leur compte d'épargne à la microfinance qui a assuré l'opération. Et ils peuvent continuer à garder dans leur épargne là-bas. Nous avons également aussi identifié un ensemble de leaders, 50 leaders parmi ces jeunes-là. Donc, il y a un ensemble de choses qui sont écrites là. Et donc, comme disait le dernier intervenant, nous sommes arrivés à la fin de cette troisième phase, à une phase d'approfondissement en termes donc approfondissement de la contribution de l'atteinte des objectifs de développement du pays à travers donc les deux piliers qui sont la stratégie nationale de développement qui sous-tendent effectivement l'extension des générations des investissements et des emplois en emploi intensif. Et secondement, le gouvernement s'est engagé à travers le ministère du Plan à la recherche des financements pour pouvoir effectivement augmenter les contributions variées au développement local des collectivités territoriales décentralisées sur donc un ensemble de thématiques qui sont là, la valorisation du statut de la femme et de la jeune fille et la stabilisation des jeunes. Et donc, nous sommes aujourd'hui à la fin donc, de cette troisième opération IMO dans la phase donc, de pérennisation et de recherche de financement pour consolider et pour étendre, parce que nous avons mis en œuvre uniquement dans la région de l'extrême nord pour cette étape de, on va dire, de démarrage. Donc voilà ce que je pouvais vous dire en rapport avec les emplois intensifs dans le cadre du PNDP au Cameroun. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Marie-Madeleine. Désolée de vous stresser. Mais pour rester juste, donc, Madame Marie-Madeleine, elle a pris 20 minutes. On essaiera d'être écoutable. Voilà. Donc, actuellement, je donne la parole à Madame Elisa Silva et qui va nous faire une présentation sur l'investissement intensif en emploi pour promouvoir le travail décent dans quelque chose de nouveau, dans l'économie des soins en Afrique. Elisa?
Merci, Jacques. Ma présentation, ouais. Mesdames, Messieurs, bonjour. Je suis honorée d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui. Et je vais vous présenter une étude de l'Organisation internationale du travail qui porte sur la promotion du travail décent dans l'économie des soins à travers les investissements intensifs en emploi. Cette étude a été menée initialement au niveau global, mais elle a été ensuite adaptée au contexte africain pour cette conférence. Juste un mot sur la méthodologie. L'étude se base sur une analyse des sources secondaires, donc une revue de la littérature disponible sur les investissements intensifs en emploi dans les secteurs des soins, et aussi sur des études des cas issus de la documentation des projets de l'OIT. Et pour la partie quantitative, sur une simulation obtenue à travers les simulateurs d'investissement en politique des soins de l'OIT. Mais je vais commencer par un peu de contexte. Pourquoi parlons-nous d'économie des soins et pourquoi l'OIT s'intéresse à ces secteurs et quelle est la relation avec les investissements intensifs en emploi? Les données nous aident à dessiner un cadre clair de la situation. En 2023, sur 748 millions de personnes qui étaient en dehors du marché du travail à cause de leur responsabilité familiale, 208 millions étaient des femmes et 40 millions étaient des hommes. Cette énorme disproportion se reflète aussi dans les contextes africains où en 2023, toujours, 41% des femmes étaient en dehors du marché du travail à cause de leur responsabilité familiale contre les 3% des hommes. Donc, ces chiffres nous fournissent plusieurs informations. Déjà, comme je viens de dire, il existe une énorme disproportion dans la distribution du travail des soins, des responsabilités familiales entre hommes et femmes, mais aussi il existe une grosse demande pour les soins en général, ce qui est confirmé d'ailleurs par les estimations. On estime en fait que d'ici 2035, le besoin en soins va grandir. Bien sûr, vu pour les questions démographiques, donc dû au vieillissement de la population. Mais d'ici 2035, on aura 2,3 milliards de personnes qui auront besoin de soins, soit 200 millions, une augmentation de 200 millions par rapport aux données de 2015, où on avait 2,1 milliards de personnes ayant besoin de soins. Donc, il y a une énorme demande pour ce travail. Mais une autre réalité qui émerge de ces données, c'est que la majorité des soins dans le monde est fournie par les femmes et par des femmes non rémunérées. Cela reste les freins principaux à la participation des femmes au marché du travail. C'est une réalité dont il faut prendre acte. Donc d'un côté, nous avons des femmes non rémunérées qui s'occupent de la famille, de leur famille et qui n'ont pas la possibilité d'accéder au marché du travail. D'autre côté, nous avons des femmes aussi qui travaillent dans les secteurs des soins, comme l'éducation, la santé et le social, mais qui travaillent et qui souffrent des mauvaises conditions de travail. En fait, les secteurs des soins, dans les secteurs des soins, 70% des travailleurs sont des femmes. Mais il reste un secteur caractérisé par des gros déficits de travail décent. Donc des bas salaires, des longues heures de travail et d'autres mauvaises conditions de travail, comme par exemple des risques pour la santé. C'est pour toutes ces raisons que l'OIT attache beaucoup d'importance au secteur des soins et à son amélioration et vise à intensifier son travail dans ces secteurs, notamment à travers des investissements intensifs en emploi. Mais avant de passer à vous présenter des modèles d'intervention pour des investissements intensifs en emploi dans le secteur des soins, je vais rapidement partager une définition, une compréhension commune de ce qu'est le travail des soins et l'économie des soins. Celle-ci, elle est un peu longue, je vais la résumer, mais c'est une définition qui a été adoptée par les États membres de l'OIT en 2024 lors de la conférence internationale du travail, quand il y a eu une discussion justement sur les travail des soins à autrui et l'économie du soin. Donc les travail des soins comprend les activités et les relations qui visent à soutenir la vie, à développer les capacités humaines et à répondre aux besoins physiques, psychologiques et sociaux des personnes tout au long de la vie. Et les travail des soins comprend des soins directs, comme par exemple l'aide à la personne, mais aussi des soins indirects, comme par exemple les ménages ou la cuisine. Et il peut être du travail rémunéré, mais aussi, comme nous le savons très bien, surtout les femmes, non rémunérées. Donc, pour les travailleurs de soins rémunérés, nous le rencontrons dans plusieurs secteurs et professions. C'est quand même, comme je disais, des secteurs, la santé, l'éducation et les sociales, où on trouve encore beaucoup de déficits de travail de sang. C'est aussi des secteurs où on peut trouver de la formalité, mais aussi de l'informalité. Pour ce qui concerne les travails de soins non rémunérés, comme les statistiques l'ont montré, c'est un travail qui est fourni pour la majorité par des proches, notamment des femmes. C'est un travail qui est assez invisible, pas assez reconnu, qui mérite plus de reconnaissance et aussi demande une redistribution plus équitable entre hommes et femmes. Donc, dans les cadres, donc voilà une définition pour que vous puissiez suivre les résultats de cette étude. Ce que j'aimerais ajouter aussi, c'est que dans le cadre de cette conférence internationale du travail où les États membres de l'OIT ont discuté de l'économie des soins, ils ont aussi adopté une résolution qui tient l'État comme principal responsable pour la fourniture, le financement et le règlement du secteur des soins, et aussi qui demande à l'État de garantir des normes élevées en termes de qualité, santé et sécurité dans ces secteurs. Pour ce faire, les États doivent allouer des ressources, les ressources nécessaires, et aussi se doter d'un cadre stratégique et réglementaire solide. Ces cadres doivent se baser sur les normes internationales du travail, bien sûr, sur les cadres des 5 R qui a été développé par l'OIT pour les travails décents des soins, dans les soins. Donc, ces 5 R, vous pouvez les voir dans la diapositive. On va les regarder rapidement. En ce qui concerne les travails de soins non rémunérés, il y a 3 R, la reconnaissance du travail non rémunéré, la réduction et la redistribution. Pour ce qui concerne le travail du soin rémunéré, on parle de rétribution, donc de rétribution juste et meilleure représentation. Dans le cadre de l'étude, on a effectué une simulation de l'impact sur l'emploi d'une hausse dans les investissements dans le secteur du soin. Et cette simulation a été possible grâce à un outil digital de l'OIT qui permet justement d'élaborer des programmes d'investissement sur mesure dans les secteurs du soin. Et le résultat de cette étude, c'est que en Afrique, dans 14 pays africains qui ont été pris pour cette étude, qui avaient des données à disposition, d'ici 2035, il serait possible de créer jusqu'à 48,5 millions d'emplois dans les secteurs des soins, à travers des investissements dans les secteurs des soins, dont 23,5 millions dans les services de soins aux enfants, 14,1 millions dans les services de soins aux personnes âgées, aux personnes atteintes d'un handicap. Et cela comprend aussi environ 11 millions d'emplois indirects qui pourraient être créés dans les secteurs autres que les soins. Les travaux créés dans ces secteurs à travers ces investissements pourraient être occupés par 75% par des femmes et ça pourrait vraiment faire augmenter les taux d'emploi des femmes en Afrique de 43,1% à 54,2%. En plus, il faut noter que c'est les emplois des secteurs de soins sont particulièrement intéressants dans les contextes actuels des crises climatiques parce que ce sont des emplois avec une faible empreinte carbone. Mais au-delà de l'impact sur la création d'emplois, il y a aussi d'autres bénéfices qui pourraient être atteints à travers ces investissements, comme une amélioration générale de la santé, du bien-être et des capacités, une participation au marché du travail et une autonomisation économique des femmes et en général des personnes avec des responsabilités familiales actuellement non rémunérées. Et aussi des bénéfices pour les entreprises avec un soutien à la productivité et à l'efficience à travers la réduction de l'absentéisme qui est dû souvent aux responsabilités familiales des employés. Tout cela rend évident que le travail des soins est essentiel et qu'il demande de l'investissement. Et comment cet investissement a un grand potentiel pour générer des emplois, mais aussi des impacts positifs au niveau social et économique. Donc, je passe maintenant à vous présenter 3 modèles d'intervention prometteurs dans les investissements intensifs en emploi qui peuvent contribuer au travail des soins dans l'économie des soins. Donc, le premier... Okay. Donc, on va commencer rapidement. Voilà. Donc, le premier consiste à investir dans les soutiens aux travailleurs IMO, disons, travailleurs qui travaillent dans les cadres d'initiatives intensives en emploi, et comment on peut soutenir ces travailleurs avec des responsabilités familiales à travers des stratégies ou des mesures qui sont recommandées pour rendre les lieux de travail plus sensibles aux personnes qui ont des responsabilités familiales, comme par exemple des politiques de congés liées à la maternité, à la paternité, aux urgences, une protection du travail, par exemple contre la discrimination liée aux responsabilités familiales, avec plus de sécurité et santé au travail, de l'attention pour les femmes enceintes ou allaitantes, aussi par exemple la garde aux enfants des travailleuses sur le site de travail et des aménagements de travail flexibles comme par exemple des horaires plus flexibles, des tâches adaptées. Donc la majorité de ces mécanismes permettraient de soutenir la participation des femmes dans les marchés du travail en facilitant la combinaison de leurs responsabilités familiales non rémunérées avec du travail rémunéré. Mais tout cela marche encore mieux si les mesures sont prises vers les hommes. Donc des congés paternité, des congés spéciaux pour les hommes, parce que ça peut les encourager à prendre sur soi un peu davantage des tâches liées aux responsabilités familiales et donc éventuellement pour apporter un changement et vraiment à une transformation dans les rôles traditionnels et donc à une redistribution plus équitable entre hommes et femmes. Je vais juste vous faire un exemple, l'exemple du programme PSSN Tanzanie, c'est le programme de filet de sécurité productive de Tanzanie établi en 2013 qui s'occupait des différentes activités IMO comme la gestion des bassins versants, la foresterie et la gestion environnementale. Dans le cadre de ce programme, des mesures sensibles aux soins ont été introduites comme l'aménagement du travail pour les femmes enceintes et allaitantes, la réaffectation à des tâches plus sûres pour les travailleurs à risque et aussi un modèle intéressant des soins communautaires où des femmes âgées étaient embauchées pour s'occuper des enfants des femmes plus jeunes, leur permettant donc de travailler. Le deuxième modèle d'intervention que je vais vous présenter consiste dans les investissements dans des infrastructures pour l'économie des soins. On peut avoir deux types d'investissements dans ce sens. Donc, soit choisir de développer des infrastructures traditionnelles, disons, pour les projets IMO, qui réduisent le travail des soins non rémunérés. C'est là, pour faire cela, il faut évaluer l'impact des investissements en infrastructure sur le travail des soins non rémunérés et les prendre en compte dans la prise de décision. Donc, là, on voit le lien direct entre les infrastructures physiques et la réduction du travail des soins non rémunérés. Je fais un exemple rapide, la réhabilitation des routes, par exemple, pour rendre plus facile la circulation, peut permettre aux femmes d'accomplir certaines tâches liées aux responsabilités familiales plus rapidement, ou bien, comme dans le cas de Sri Lanka, peut encourager d'autres membres de la famille, notamment les hommes, à prendre sur soi des tâches, comme par exemple la collecte d'eau. Une autre façon d'utiliser ce modèle d'intervention, c'est à travers d'essayer d'investir dans les infrastructures des soins. Donc, à travers une planification inclusive et communautaire, une prise de décision partagée, choisir d'investir dans de réaliser des infrastructures qui rendent les services des soins plus accessibles. Je fais l'exemple, par exemple, la réhabilitation des salles de classe à Madagascar, mais aussi le désenclavement des villages en Tunisie, qui permet aux communautés d'accéder plus facilement aux services de soins. Et encore l'exemple de Tanzanie, où il y a eu un modèle participatif des prises de décision qui a permis aux femmes de demander des sous-projets dans le cadre de ces projets pour ces prospects. Dans ce cas, c'est le Soudan, où les projets visaient à renforcer la résilience, l'autonomie et l'inclusion dans leur communauté d'accueil. Et donc, la discussion et la prise de décision partagée a permis la création d'emplois et à améliorer l'accès à la santé pour les communautés d'accueil et les réfugiés et les déplacés. Le troisième modèle d'intervention que je vais vous présenter, c'est un peu plus radical. Il s'agit d'intégrer les soins comme secteur de travail dans les investissements intensifs en emploi. Donc, passer des programmes d'emploi public, par exemple, traditionnels, à des programmes qui emploient des personnes pour travailler dans le secteur des soins. Cela permet de reconnaître le travail des soins qui auparavant étaient non rémunérés et de les rémunérer, et aussi de les formaliser. Nous avons des aperçus des études de l'OIT en Argentine et en Afrique du Sud qui ont démontré qu'intégrer les soins comme secteur de travail pour les investissements intensifs en emploi permet d'améliorer les salaires et les conditions de travail. En fait, ça permet de créer une nouvelle baseline pour ces services. Aussi, ça permet de développer des compétences et de créer aussi des formations accréditées qui élargissent la main-d'œuvre qualifiée en soins. Et donc aussi, ça permet à ces programmes d'agir comme des catalyseurs qui permettent d'établir des normes de travail minimum et donc de promouvoir le travail décent dans ces secteurs. L'exemple que je vais vous proposer, c'est celui de EPWP, c'est les Expanded Public Work Programs d'Afrique du Sud, où plusieurs sous-projets ont été menés dans différentes thématiques du secteur des soins, donc les soins communautaires à domicile, par exemple, le développement de la petite enfance, les programmes nationaux de nutrition scolaire et les programmes des travaux communautaires. Cela a permis de créer 250 000 emplois et c'est un programme qui continue aujourd'hui. Donc, je pense que je vais conclure. Ces trois modèles d'intervention démontrent comment les investissements intensifs en emploi peuvent et doivent contribuer à améliorer l'économie des soins et le travail des soins à travers la promotion du travail décent et l'égalité des sexes. J'espère que cette présentation, au-delà de fournir peut-être des éclaircissements par rapport à l'économie des soins, servira aussi d'inspiration pour les futurs investissements intensifs en emploi dans vos pays respectifs. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, chère Elisa, pour la présentation. Donc, juste pour garder le fil conducteur, on a vu avec Madame Marie-Madeleine un exemple concret de programme public de développement participatif qui a mis l'accent sur tout ce qui est complémentarité entre les différentes interventions et typologies d'infrastructures pour mieux les adapter aux besoins de la communauté. Mais ce qu'on a vu surtout avec Madame Marie-Madeleine, c'est qu'elle a mis l'accent et elle a insisté sur les jeunes et la fragilité sociale, disons, des communautés qui bénéficient de ce programme. Notre chère amie et collègue Elisa, elle a mis l'accent sur d'autres typologies, une thématique qui est récente, qui vient de faire l'objet d'une recommandation au niveau de la Conférence internationale du travail, c'est cette économie de soins. Le mot soin, on a tendance de penser que c'est uniquement les questions liées à la santé, alors que c'est plus large. Donc, Elisa nous a donné la définition de qu'est-ce qu'on entend par économie de soins, mais également elle nous a donné des exemples concrets sur comment intégrer cette importante composante en complémentarité à ce qu'on a vu avec Madame Marie-Madeleine. Donc, il y a des interventions d'infrastructures dont l'objectif, c'est d'améliorer les conditions de vie et la qualité de vie des citoyens, mais également d'augmenter d'autres, comme Elisa l'a présenté dans son exposé, de mettre l'accent sur l'importance de cette composante sociale dans le volet infrastructure. Je donne la parole maintenant à M. Mandr Khanfil, qui va nous présenter un exposé. La présentation, ça sera en anglais, mais Mandr, il va parler en français. Donc ça va faire plaisir à nos amis. C'est Maximizing the Social Impact of Infrastructure Project, the Social Capital as Pillar of Sustainable and Resilient Ecosystem Governance. Beaucoup de choses à déchiffrer.
Tout à fait.
Par notre expert Simon Derkhanfi. La parole est à vous.
Merci Jade et merci à ceux qui m'ont précédé. Beaucoup d'exemples inspirants. Et d'ailleurs, je dois avouer que tout l'événement a été inspirant pour moi. Et afin de peut-être reprendre le fil conducteur, je voudrais faire un intermède avec une histoire africaine. J'espère que la traduction passera bien. Alors c'est une histoire africaine, mais inspirée d'une histoire que j'ai entendue quand j'étais jeune. Donc c'est un village, c'est l'histoire d'un village qui a connu donc une période difficile de changement climatique. Et un homme, en entrant dans le village, il a trouvé 3 hommes, ça peut être 3 femmes d'ailleurs, en train de s'affairer ardument à planter des arbres. Alors il pose la question à ces hommes-là, donc il pose la question en premier. Monsieur, que faites-vous? Madame, que faites-vous? Et la réponse a été, je suis en train de planter un arbre. Ça peut être un baobab, un palmier, ce qu'on veut. Et il dit, pourquoi vous plantez l'arbre? Parce que quelqu'un me paye pour faire ça. Il passe au second, il pose la même question. Et la réponse a été, je fais ça pour mes enfants, pour nourrir mes enfants, pour avoir du bois pour construire des cabanes, pour avoir de l'ombre pour se reposer sous l'arbre et laisser les enfants jouer éventuellement. Et il se retourna vers le troisième, et il posa la même question, et il reçut la réponse suivante. Je fais ça, je plante un arbre, pour qu'on n'oublie pas notre mère nature. Protégeons-la, parce que c'est elle qui nous protège. Et voilà les 3 dimensions du travail. Finalement, jusque-là, on a bien illustré ces exemples-là, et je vais essayer aujourd'hui, en quelques minutes, de vous montrer que le travail peut être beaucoup plus que juste de l'emploi, de l'effort, ça peut être aussi un capital. un capital social. Voilà, donc ma présentation, elle est là. Donc j'ai d'abord, pour des raisons donc, de méthodologie, expliqué ce que c'est qu'une infrastructure, si ça marche, bien sûr, je ne sais pas vers quel point je dois m'orienter. Voilà, ça marche? Oui. Ok. Alors, en fait, une infrastructure, c'est beaucoup plus qu'un assemblage d'artefacts, des choses construites par l'homme, dans un milieu naturel généralement, hein, donc avec des actifs tangibles en général. Quand c'est bien conçu, derrière l'artefact lui-même, donc le produit par l'homme, il y a autre chose qui est produite par l'homme, ce qu'on appelle l'écosystème. Donc l'ensemble des forces qui régissent cette volonté de produire un artefact. Et l'écosystème, il a une définition très, très particulière lorsqu'il s'applique à l'infrastructure. Donc si on voit l'infrastructure comme un écosystème, eh bien on a 4 dimensions à prendre en compte. D'abord les acteurs, ou les parties prenantes de cet écosystème, donc les gens qui conçoivent, les gens qui décident de l'implémentation ou la construction de l'ouvrage, les gens qui vont bénéficier, les gens qui financent, tous ces acteurs-là, on les appelle, et les bénéficiaires bien sûr, on les appelle les acteurs ou les parties prenantes de l'infrastructure ou de l'écosystème d'infrastructure. Il y a aussi ce qu'on appelle aussi la multidimensionnalité. Alors, j'espère que j'arriverai à faire bouger la slide. Voilà. J'ai l'impression que ça ne marche pas. Ça c'est pour avancer. Ok. Bon. C'est pas la même. Bon, c'est pas méchant. Donc de toute façon, je reviens donc sur les 4 dimensions de l'écosystème. Il y a d'abord l'interconnexion des acteurs, comme je viens de le dire. Il y a la multidimensionnalité qui comporte en fait les volets politiques, les volets stratégiques, les volets économiques, sociaux, environnementaux, qui font partie intégrante de la définition de l'écosystème en tant qu'infrastructure. Il y a aussi la temporalité, donc le cycle de vie de l'infrastructure. Il faut savoir qu'en général, avant de produire une infrastructure, il se passe un temps. Et ce temps-là, ça s'appelle le pré-développement de l'infrastructure. Ça peut être très très long. Et c'est un peu comme pour la création des startups, c'est un peu la Death Valley, c'est la vallée de la mort. Hein, plus de 80% des projets n'arrivent pas à voir le jour. Et il y a une raison, c'est parce qu'il y a une faiblesse dans l'écosystème, parce qu'il y a une faiblesse dans la capitalisation des connaissances, il y a une faiblesse dans l'interconnexion des intelligences. Et la 4e dimension, c'est la résilience et l'adaptabilité. Donc évidemment, dès le départ, dès la phase conception, il faut être capable de se projeter dans le futur, imaginer l'infrastructure non pas comme une finalité, mais comme un moyen. Ces 4 dimensions représentent et définissent l'écosystème ou l'infrastructure en tant qu'écosystème. Et on dit cela, eh bien on arrive à une question, comment gérer ou comment gouverner cet écosystème? Eh bien, généralement, les champions du monde des infrastructures, ce n'est pas la peine de les citer, vous les connaissez, sont capables d'institutionnaliser la gouvernance sur ces infrastructures. Et finalement, la performance de l'infrastructure devient concomitante à la performance de l'écosystème de l'infrastructure. Et ça, c'est un message clé à retenir. Évidemment, ça apporte de la profondeur de champ, et pour que ça marche, il faut qu'on ait finalement un socle. Et le socle de cette gouvernance écosystémique, c'est le capital social. Alors, le capital social, pour ceux qui veulent avoir quelques éléments techniques, qui souhaitent en savoir un peu plus, comme j'ai pour les déchiffrages, je ne rentrerai pas trop dans le détail parce que je préfère qu'on reste sur un échange plus dynamique. Il faut savoir que le capital social regroupe 3 types ou catégories de capitaux. Il y a le capital relationnel, le capital normatif et le capital cognitif. Alors évidemment, c'est trop technique, mais sachez que, en gros, lorsque plusieurs instances, plusieurs organes, plusieurs organisations se mettent ensemble pour lancer un projet ou un programme d'infrastructure, ça a été le cas comme de Marie-Madeleine, dans une communauté, Et bien finalement, le premier levier, c'est le relationnel. C'est comment communiquer et transmettre cette vision et avoir aussi un appui pour cette vision. Et ça, c'est important. Donc, c'est engager le réseau des acteurs. Pour la partie normative, c'est la confiance. On ne peut pas bâtir quelque chose si on n'a pas confiance. Je pense que ça a été le cas dans tous les exemples qui ont été projetés. Il faut qu'il y ait des mécanismes clairs qui inspirent confiance et qu'on sache dès le départ et dès le début comment vont être distribués les bénéfices de cette action. C'est très important. Et finalement, le capital cognitif. Alors le capital cognitif, c'est le partage des connaissances, c'est aussi la capitalisation des connaissances, c'est le fait de pouvoir aussi développer des compétences et élargir le champ du possible. Voilà en trois mots-clés ce que c'est que le capital social. Alors évidemment, je reviens maintenant à la méthodologie ou l'approche développée par l'ILO, le Bureau international du travail. Mesurer l'impact de l'emploi intensif dans les infrastructures peut être complété par la partie sociale, le social capital, donc le capital social. Et c'est ce que je présente ici avec un exemple simple. Donc je prends un exemple vraiment pour essayer d'être assez didactique. Donc comment on peut, à partir de l'emploi, aller vers le capital social? Cela suppose qu'à un moment ou un autre, il y a un lien entre le travail et le capital social. Et ce lien, je vais vous le montrer, il existe. Je prends vraiment à titre d'exemple quelque chose d'assez simple. J'espère que ça passe. Encore une fois, quelques difficultés avec la machine. Voilà. Donc, une autoroute de 100 km. Alors, je sais que dans la salle, il y a des représentants du ministère du Transport. En général, la fiche d'un projet d'autoroute comporte combien ça coûte la phase pré-développement, donc c'est les études, tout ce qui est études d'impact, préparation donc, du dossier, éventuellement combien ça emploie de personnes en direct. Ensuite, il y a la phase construction elle-même, avec un budget, éventuellement décliné en permanent, non permanent, direct, indirect. La dimension genre aussi peut être donnée, et qui peut être donnée comme à titre d'indicateur, mais aussi objectif. Le local content aussi, et la maintenance, donc la phase post-développement avec combien donc en gros de budget par an et les emplois générés pour entretenir l'ouvrage. Voilà une fiche classique, conventionnelle d'un projet d'infrastructure d'une autoroute. Alors si on pousse plus loin, si on veut appliquer la méthode IMO, l'approche IMO classique conventionnelle, eh bien on va retrouver, donc là c'est ce que je présente dans la slide ici, j'espère que c'est bon. C'est écrit en tout petit, mais je vais essayer de vous dire ce que ça contient. Eh bien, ça donne bien sûr le montant total de l'investissement, comment il se décline en termes d'emploi, comment il se décline en termes d'impact économique et financier, et ce qu'on appelle le spillover effect, donc tout ce qui est externalité qu'elle soit positive ou négative. Si on combine avec le capital social, finalement, on doit intégrer un certain nombre de choses qui n'existent pas dans la première colonne, donc l'approche IMO, allez, on va dire étendue, dans laquelle on va rajouter tout ce qui est apport en nature, tout ce qui est apport intangible, de connaissances. Vous savez, les gens qui écrivent des cahiers des charges sont des gens généralement qui ne sont pas rémunérés sur leur propriété intellectuelle, ils sont rémunérés juste uniquement sur leur temps. Or, ce capital de connaissances peut être valorisé et intégré comme un in-kind capital. Donc c'est un capital apporté en nature. Ce sont des connaissances, il faut les valoriser. Il y a aussi, généralement, on ne met pas le coût du terrain. Le terrain, généralement, il est donné à titre, comme c'est souvent des projets publics, on n'intègre pas le prix du terrain, la valorisation du prix du terrain. Alors, si on intègre le prix du terrain, si on intègre la propriété intellectuelle, si on intègre des notions comme le goodwill, parce que évidemment, quand on a un capital social, il y a forcément un fonds de commerce, donc il y a quelque chose qui existe qui est au-delà de ce qui est tangible, eh bien on trouve le montant total de l'investissement d'un seul coup valorisé à un montant plus élevé. Et ça se décline sur les autres dimensions, la création d'emplois directs, indirects, sur les conséquences économiques, mais aussi environnementales et sociales, et éventuellement s'il y a donc d'autres bénéfices qui sont de l'ordre de la capacité building ou de l'inclusion sociale. Donc vous voyez le passage de l'approche IMO à l'approche IMO combinée au capital social n'est pas très compliqué. Il suffit juste de bien remplir les cases, mais d'avoir cette vision. Et si on a la vision, eh bien on est capable après de valoriser l'effort et cet investissement du coup devient ce qu'on appelle subject to return on investment. Donc on doit chercher aussi comment on va rentabiliser. Et la rentabilité va venir justement lorsqu'on va maintenir en place cet écosystème ou cette infrastructure écosystémique avec une gouvernance institutionnelle qui a donc non seulement l'obligation de vérifier que l'ouvrage est techniquement et économiquement rentable, mais il est aussi socialement rentable et s'inscrit dans la durabilité, la résilience et l'inclusion. Et je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup Simon pour la présentation et pour cette réflexion que vous avez partagée avec nous. Ce que je retiens de la présentation de Simon, c'est son appel à penser au-delà de ce que nous réalisons comme concret au niveau du terrain. Cette approche écosystémique est la première partie quand il parle notamment des aspects normatifs. Via ces chantiers démonstratifs qu'on est en train de réaliser, c'est l'occasion ou jamais de développer dans nos pays africains nos propres nomenclatures et nos propres standards. Dans les projets d'infrastructure, on est en train de nous aligner par rapport aux normes européennes qui ne sont pas les mêmes de nos sols et terres. Donc ça, c'est pour le côté normatif qui est à prendre en considération parmi autres. Le côté également relationnel, nous sommes en train de parler et de traiter avec des entreprises qui ont à leur tête des êtres humains. Donc il y a un capital cognitif via ces moments qu'on célèbre tous les 2 ans d'échanges entre les deux parties. Donc pour les prochaines sessions, vivement avoir dans les délégations de nos pays des représentants des entreprises, parce que c'est des moments forts d'échange et de création de capital relationnel. Le dernier point que c'est lié à ce côté cognitif capital, si j'ai bien compris la présentation de Simon, la capacité de s'adapter par rapport à un raisonnement chaîne de valeur complètement. Il n'y a pas le volet uniquement développer donc ajouter ces composantes-là supplémentaires à ce que nous sommes en train de faire, ça permettrait de maximiser les impacts et d'aller vers une réflexion écosystémique. Je remercie mes 3 intervenants pour cette complémentarité entre vos interventions. Donc à titre de rappel, je rappelle et je remercie Madame Marie-Madeleine et je vous demande de la saluer pour son exposé et le partage d'expérience qu'elle a eu. Je remercie également ma chère collègue Elisa pour cette notion d'économie de soins qu'elle nous a également présentée. Donc merci Elisa pour votre présentation. Et je remercie également Simon Dor pour cet appel à réfléchir au-delà des infrastructures et à réfléchir à ce côté intégré. Nous avons, et nos organisateurs nous préparent le soir donc un dîner gala. Donc on a besoin de rentrer rapidement dans nos hôtels, de nous faire beau, voilà, de prendre une douche pour être à l'heure, donc à 7 heures. Il nous reste exactement 2 minutes. S'il y a des questions ou quelque chose ou des éclaircissements au niveau de la salle, je vois une main là-bas, donc je prends uniquement cette intervention. Sinon, vous aurez avec vous dans la salle les 3 intervenants pour que vous pouvez interviewer ou interroger et vous lui...
Sorry, before that, the gala dinner will be at 7 p.m., not 9 p.m. And the shuttles will take you from the hotel to the gala dinner place. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Oui, merci pour la parole. C'est M. Guellor Bondok. Je viens de la République démocratique du Congo. Et je suis dans un projet de développement multisectoriel et résilient, urbain de la ville de Kinshasa. Je suis vu l'exposé de Madame Marie-Madeleine. Ces projets que nous menons à Kinshasa. Alors moi, ma préoccupation, la partie de mode de recrutement et de paiement de ces ouvriers. Comment vous avez fait pour recruter et quel est le mode de paiement? Et au-delà de ces modes de paiement, vous avez parlé de l'épargne volontaire, bien de l'épargne. Comment vous avez réalisé ou mis en œuvre ces épargnes pour ces ouvriers? Deuxième chose, vous avez parlé de l'ingénierie sociale. Et il y a une partie des formations que vous animez. Ces formations, c'est passé comment? Pendant les travaux, la partie... J'aimerais savoir, vous avez dit que vous avez créé 10 millions d'emplois ou bien 10 000 emplois. Et au-delà de ça, pour les emplois permanents ou les AGR créés qui existent, il y en a au nombre de combien? Merci.
Merci, monsieur, pour votre intervention. Donc, je propose que Madame Marie-Madeleine rapidement complète son intervention. Et je vous laisse le soin pour les deux autres parties de questions d'échanger directement avec Madame Marie-Madeleine, avec votre permission. Merci beaucoup.
Alors, la partie finance, je disais tout à l'heure que dans le design de l'opération IMO-PNDP, il y a un ensemble d'acteurs. Et parmi ces acteurs, il y a une microfinance qui assure effectivement la partie financière de l'opération. C'est-à-dire que les ressources destinées à la rémunération des agences, des agents ouvriers, les ouvriers sur les chantiers, est effectivement virée à cette microfinance. Et elle a à charge de rémunérer les jeunes ouvriers de manière périodique, c'est-à-dire toutes les fins de semaine, à hauteur de 2/3 de ce qui leur revient, et donc est libérée à la fin des chantiers, de manière à ce que ces ouvriers s'installent dans des métiers qu'ils ont choisis et dans lesquels ils ont été formés par l'ONG qui s'est occupée du recrutement, du profilage et de la formation. Ils s'installent par, je veux dire, de manière individuelle ou alors de manière groupée sur les services qu'ils ont, les métiers qu'ils ont choisis. Donc, ça, c'est pour la partie financière, donc la rémunération et l'épargne. Et je ne l'ai peut-être pas dit tout à l'heure, nous avons sur un total de près de 5 millions d'euros qui ont été payés à ces jeunes. Nous avons payé directement 2,5 millions d'euros, hein, c'est-à-dire près de 4 millions près de 5 millions d'euros. Nous avons payé 2,5 millions d'euros. Pour ce qui est de l'épargne, on a mis l'épargne est remontée à 1,3 million d'euros, et la partie réservée donc à la filiation à la sécurité sociale de ces ouvriers remonte à 1 116 000 euros. Donc voilà, sur la partie financière, le total faisant, comme je l'ai dit, 4 961 000 euros. Donc voilà pour la partie financière que nous avons développée dans cette opération IMO.
Merci beaucoup pour les explications que vous venez de partager. Je vous invite à continuer avec monsieur sur les autres points par rapport aux chiffres et les éclaircissements qu'il a demandés. Mesdames, messieurs, fin de journée, je vois les visages un peu fatigués. Donc, merci pour votre patience. Merci d'être avec une participation assez importante en fin de journée. À ce soir, au dîner gala, je crois que les organisateurs nous ont préparé une pause café dehors. Donc, à très bientôt.
That was a very wonderful discussion and a very well done moderation as well. Can we give them a round of applause one more time? Thank you very much. And once again, I would like to invite His Excellency Yatamgita Asrat, State Minister of Urban and Infrastructure, who will give out certificates for the presenters of this session, a certificate of appreciation for presenting their papers, and proceed to the certification ceremony. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we do have a gala dinner at the Interluxury Hotel. So make sure you go to your hotels first because we do have shuttle service. Relax, and then we will pick you up. And the dinner will start at 7 sharp. So we will see you in the dinner ceremony. So now without further ado, let's give the certificates to our presenters. Please go downstairs and meet His Excellency to receive your certificates. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Can we give them a round of applause as they make their way down the stairs to receive their certifications? It's Mr. Mondler Kanfir, Miss Elisa Selva, and Parmari Madeline. Thank you very much for your presentations, for your discussions, and thank you. Enjoyed as much as I did. Thank you very much. Can we give them a round of applause? Once again tonight, we do have a gala dinner. Her Excellency Al-Tusani, Minister of the Ministry of Urban and Infrastructure, has invited you to a gala dinner. So make sure you attend. You can go to your hotels, relax a bit, and then we will pick you up because we do have a shuttle service. Thank you once again, our presenters. Such a lovely discussion. Thank you very much. Please go ahead. Your Excellency, do we have your permission to take group pictures? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is going to be the last day of our conference. Make sure you attend tomorrow as well, as we will have a pitching by prospective countries and vote for the 21st conference host country. That's going to be very exciting. So make sure you attend tomorrow's program. And of course, there will be discussions and conference resolutions tomorrow. Make sure you attend. For now, thank you very much for joining us today and for staying with us all day. And do enjoy the rest of your day. And of course, join us later on for the gala dinner at Interluxury Hotel. We will pick you up from your hotels. Just relax and we will take care of you. Thank you very much. I'm very good. How are you?
of Africa. And please don't take yourself a selfie. Yeah. I don't know. Stand here. नहीं